Industry, academia, government, honorable guests, faculty members, research scholars, students, and all distinguished participants. It is my proud privilege to extend a warm and cordial welcome to you all to the International Academia Industry Government Conclave 2.0 being organized at Shivaji University Kolhapur under the visionary theme of innovation, startups and sustainable development towards Vikasit Bharat 2047. I, Ms. Rajnandini Patil and Ms. Aditi Darvi, students of School of Nanoscience and Biotechnology, welcome you all for today's program. This conclave is envisioned as a common platform to strengthen meaningful collaboration among academia, industry, and government, encouraging innovation-driven research, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. With great enthusiasm, let us now begin this auspicious inauguration session. As we gather here for the International Academia Industry Government Conclave 2.0, let us begin this prestigious event by paying tribute to our nation and our institute. I humbly invite everyone present to kindly raise for the national anthem followed by the Shivaji University song as a mark of respect, unity and academic pride.
संचित हे श्वासातून सतत Thank you. Please be seated. I now invite Professor S.D. Derekar, sir, to deliver the welcome address and briefly outline the objectives of the International Academia Industry Government Conclave 2.0.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to this International Academia Industry Government Conclave 2.0, jointly organized by Shivaji University Center for Innovation and Incubation Linkages, SUK Research and Development Foundation, Department of Chemistry, Department of Microbiology, Department of Environmental Science, MBA Unit, Commerce and Management Department, School of Engineering and Technology, School of Nanoscience and Technology, in association with the esteemed academic co-partners, the co-partners nearby the Kolhapur, and the government, the co-partners like MSME, Maharashtra State Innovation Society. In this inaugural function, we have respected dignitaries and distinguished delegates on the dais as well as off the dais. On the dais, we are truly honored to have with us respected Pro Vice Chancellor, President of this inaugural function, Professor Jyoti Jadhav ma'am, Chief Guest of the function, Mrs. Ashwini Danigond, Founder and CEO of one of the reputed industry in Kolhapur, Monorama Info Solutions Private Limited. Guest of honor and the keynote, the speaker, Professor Kandalam Ramanujan Acharya from Rowan University, USA. Another esteemed guest of honor as well as the keynote speaker of this, the Conclave 2.0, Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, Director General from DRDO, New Delhi. On the dais, we have with us Organizing Secretary of this Conclave 2.0, Subhash Mane. Of the dais, we have with us the international experts, including Professor Yajid from Malaysia, Dr. Ilas from Malaysia. We have also the eminent scientist, Dr. P.P. Vadgaonkar from National Chemical Laboratory. Of the dais, we have also the HODs of the various departments, including Professor S.S. Chavan sir, Professor K.M. Garadkar sir, Professor G.B. Kolekar sir, and all other the faculty members of the university. In this inaugural session, we have with us the Professor R.B. Guru sir, the Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology. Along with that, we have the industrial representatives, include Ravi Doli sir, governmental representative, research scholars, the innovators, startup founders, delegates, press reporters, member of local organizing committee, and dear student friends. So first of all, on behalf of the local organizing committee, as well as on behalf of Shivaji University Kolhapur, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all these teams, guests, as well as delegates who are present for this International Academia Industry Government Conclave 2.0. So I'm going to highlight the objectives of this Conclave 2.0. The core objective of this Conclave 2.0 is to create a dynamic, vibrant, and sustainable startup ecosystem by bringing together the three key pillars of the society. Of course, one is the academia, second is industry, and third is the government. And with this, the ecosystem, definitely this ecosystem would be very useful for converting the innovative idea into the startups, transforming academic research into the entrepreneurship, providing the practical and sustainable solution to the societal and industrial challenges, bridging the existing gap between the academia and industry, and at the same time, this would be also useful for promoting a strong culture of innovation, incubation, and the startup ecosystem throughout the different sectors of the society. And therefore, in context to the core objective of this conclave, we have been set a theme for this conclave as innovation, startup and trends for Viksit Bharat 2047. Therefore, as per the theme of this conclave, we have included the invited session from the experts of 3 different domains. We also included the panel discussion. We also included the SUK's Shark Tank hackathon competition as well as the poster the competition. Not only that, through in this conclave we are going to also displaying the IPR as well as the products developed by our incubatees. And due to this very vibrant team, we have received the huge response to this Conclave 2.0, where more than 200 participants were registered. Hope whatever the deliberations, discussion, provoking thoughts, which to be happening today and tomorrow would be useful for all the delegates for their the future endeavors. With this, once again, I extend a warmest welcome to all the guests, university authorities, all the delegates for their the kind presence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. In Indian tradition, a plant symbolizes life, knowledge, prosperity, and sustainability. As a mark of our commitment to environmental responsibility and holistic growth, we now begin this auspicious moment with the ceremonial watering of the plant. I respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and participate in this symbolic and meaningful gesture. In the spirit of sustainability and responsible innovation, the plant stands as a living symbol of growth, harmony, and a greener future. As we deliberate on ideas shaping Viksit Bharat 2047, this ceremonial gesture reflects our collective commitment to ecological balance and sustainable development. Thank you. Now I invite our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. J.P. Zadav ma'am, to kindly felicitate our esteemed chief guest, Mrs. Ashwini Danigon, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Manoraman Info Solutions Private Limited, by presenting a memento, shawl, and a book as a token of our deep respect, gratitude, and appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. I respectfully request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. J.P. Zadav ma'am, to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Kandalam Ramanujacharya, Rowan University, USA, with a memento, shawl, and a book as a mark of respect and appreciation.
Now I request Professor Dr. S.D. Delekar sir to kindly felicitate our second guest of honor, Dr. Chandrika Kaushik ma'am, by presenting her with a memento, shawl and book as a sign of deep respect, gratitude and appreciation. I would like to request Professor Dr. S.D. Delekar sir to kindly felicitate Honorable Professor J.P. Zadhav ma'am by providing her with memento, shawl and book as a token of gratitude and love. Thank you everyone. We now have a significant milestone for the conclave. The e-release of the International Academia Industry Government Conclave 2.0 souvenir with reflection and academia of innovation spirit of this event. I request Mrs. Ashwini Devagonda ma'am to kindly proceed with the e-release of the souvenir.
Thank you, respected dignitaries. A conclave of this stature is truly enriched by global academic perspectives and scholarly excellence. Continuing with the program, it is my great honor and proud privilege to invite Professor Kandalam Ramanujarya, Rowan University, USA, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, the industry and the academic delegates here. I'm extremely honored to be here. When I got the invitation to be a part of this academic industrial collaboration, which is very close to my heart, because for 35 years in my university in America, we have worked very hard to bring industry on board with our own research, so it will benefit both the university and the industry equally. More importantly, such a collaboration always allowed us to find employment for our students who were working in the projects. So when they have meetings with the industry will like my students and they hire them. So it was always a great win and win thing. So when I learned about what Shivaji University is doing, I was very impressed, because it's very close to my heart, as I said, and I'm very, very happy. So such a collaboration, in my opinion, will require a lot of hard work, both from the industry and from the academia, because the academia have to fine-tune their research interests to cater to the needs of the industry. So to do that, the academia actively should pursue what is happening in the industry, what kind of expertise are they looking for, how can I provide such expertise. So such things are very important for a successful integration of academia and industrial research. And I'm very proud Shivaji University is doing such a wonderful job. I looked at the profile. Yes. I truly mean it. I read the profile, and they have started so many incubation centers, and I have not seen a university so far in India that is really reaching out to the industry to the scale that Shivaji University is doing. And we should all be proud of the administrators of the university and the organizers of this conference. And thank you very much. I look forward to talking to you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We eagerly look forward to your valuable insights and academic vision. Following the insightful inaugural remarks, we now have the privilege of hearing from another esteemed guest of honor. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Chandrika Kaushik ma'am, Distinguished Scientist and Director General, DRDO, New Delhi, to share her thought with us.
A very good morning to the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dons from Kolhapur Industries, faculty members, and my dear students. I could not say no whenever I get an opportunity to talk to students, academicians in industries, and that too on a common platform. I don't miss out an opportunity to say no. So, and that's the reason why I'm here today. All of us, shall I run the presentation also? Is the presentation on?
No, ma'am. This would be your address. The presentation will continue later with that, after the inauguration function.
Okay. So I'm happy to be here and look forward to sharing some of my ideas with you. And we are a wonderful team when we can work together, and what will come out will be marvelous if we can synergize our efforts together. So look forward to sharing my thoughts with you in a few more minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to invite a visionary entrepreneur, an inspiration to many, and a catalyst of innovation in the industry, Mrs. Ashwini Devakonda, ma'am, founder and CEO of Manorama Infosys Solution Private Limited, to grace the stage and deliver the inaugural address.
Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Madam, Honorable guest, on Professor Kandalam Sir, Dr. Chandrika Ma'am, respected dignitaries from the dais, of the dais, the distinguished academicians, policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, the startup founders, and a very good and warm welcome to our future riders, the students of Shivaji University. It is a privilege and honor to be part of this event where we are coming up with the International Academia Industry Government Conclave 2.0. I sincerely thank Shivaji University Kolhapur and Center of Innovation, Incubation and Leakages, SUK Research and Development Foundation, all the different vertical and many more department of Shivaji University, and the entire organizing team for conceptualizing such a timely and meaningful platform aligned with the national vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047. Allow me to share my thoughts and experience being from Kolhapur, as a Shivaji University student, and the entrepreneur who established the business in these premises and growing from Kolhapur to the globally. We have a very expert and intelligent speakers and the expertise today with us. So I don't want to take much of time to discuss and share about the thoughtful concepts and anything, but the practical real-time scenarios, what I have experienced being in this platform as a student, as an industry, and now working majority, more than 40% of the business of Manorama from the government alliances. So this is a perfect platform for me to share my thoughts here. Why I'm aligning with the 2047 vision of a Vikasit Bharat, because Vikasit Bharat is not only the vision of India or the government program which has launched and declared, but it is a responsibility among us, and there it's a call for the academia to create a great students, the talent, the equally pass on that talent to the hands of industry expert to launch a great product which is sustainable, which is scalable. At the same time, we are expecting the government should come up with the policies which will be help with the growth factor, and equally it should be transparent enough to adopt and run on the individual citizen for their growth and the national growth. If we looked at the whole ecosystem, when the local talent of tier 2 cities, women-led innovation and technology-driven enterprise comes together, India's journey from local excellence to global leadership becomes inevitable. The India 2047 will be defined by what we are creating today. As a founder and CEO of Manorama Info Solutions, a technology-driven company, I would like to share my industry perspective. In today's economical growth of the country, it is no longer the technology is a support function, but it's a strategical enabler for the national development program. Software platform, data systems, education, like the structured education platform, the artificial intelligence, and the digital public health provided for the public utilization, reshaping the healthcare, education, governance, agriculture, and industry. However, the technology delivery real value only when it problem-centric, inclusive, secure, and scalable. So you know that if we just discuss about this all fundamental, where we see the gaps in the overall ecosystem, the talent and the research is keep happening on every educational entity and the educational media, where that remains in silos and that talent never reach out to the industry. And that talent and the patent created by the expertise, the dedication and the innovation remains with the educational institute, and that never pass on to the industry. And that industry, there the industry education platform governs with some policies, and the government structure will help to get that talent into the industry and move forward with that. When we enter into the Shivaji University, our soul and mind start with the chanting of the mantra, which is Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruven Namaha. So India as a nation, the foundation stands on the Guru, on the education, and there we see the complete growth of the industry. आपण मराठीमध्ये देवाला नेहमी म्हणतो, देवा मला बुद्धी दे, विद्या दे, बुद्धी दे, शक्ती दे आणि मला यशस्वी कर. When we go back this Vidya, Buddhi and Shakti, our today's theme of the conclave is typically goes in that hands, where we say that Buddhi comes from the Vidya comes from the academician. Buddhi need to apply, the talent need to apply by the industry to get the revenue and the economic stability for the country. And the Shakti is the always we honor and we respect that the government use for the national growth program. So here in today's program, with our concept of this 2.0 conclave is no doubt it is aligned with the foundation आणि भारताच्या संस्काराला धरून उभा केलेला हे एक मोठं मिशन आहे. And I really appreciate the vision and the leadership thoughts came from the Shivaji University top leadership to bring this is in Kolhapur. You know that Kolhapur, when we being as a company, so I'll just take 2 minutes of the time to share that. We as a Manorama Info Solution, we are a typical healthcare IT product software company from the decades, it's more than 15 years. Sitting in Kolhapur in the tier 2 city, we are working for the 11 international geographies, and that is for the healthcare domain, which is a medical legal compliance driven program. Now, many of us always think about that, if I have to share my card, in that card, if I mention that this company is located in Kolhapur, then how international market will turn with the perception. So for everybody's understanding, whenever Manorama, we start with our presentation, we say that Manorama, AI and all and that things. The second slide stands with the concept of our route is into the Shivaji University premises. We physically and geographically aligned in the city where we have the n number of engineering colleges, we have the multiple medical facilities, and that is inside the 100-kilometer of area, and we get the thousands of the resources every year from the computer science, from the data science, from the artificial intelligence, and that is the strength of our city. It's the presentation which aligned with the Shivaji University. Always we share the accreditation and the ranking and the patent Shivaji University is holding at this moment. Believe us that whenever we discuss about this, the international geographies always gives the expression like, wow, in the university area with so many engineering colleges, it means the production floor of company is very much secured and we can deal and sign up with this institute. Now, the second part come in our presentation where we say why we want to keep. Manorama is having a 300 plus resources at this moment, but we dare to say that 200 technocrats, the domain expertise, 100% operate from the Kolhapur. The another 150 works from the different geographies where we are servicing right now 1100 international marketplaces. And there we say that why we choose the production floor in Kolhapur, because it is a heart of our business. The entire thing we want to control in Kolhapur with the two reasons. If you looked at the city has the equivalent or the proportionate balance about the population and the infrastructure provided for the city. So there is no travel hectic for our team and the employee, where they have a peaceful mind to work around. Then we used to say that coming back to the geography location, we have an agriculture belt available with us, and where we are sustainable and growing and healthy life with the organic food supplied with our own farms like the neighboring places and the cities. Believe me, this is the good impact which we create over there, and then the people discuss about what about the compliances, what about the regulations are you following sitting in Kolhapur. We dare to say that we are a CMMI level 3 organization, Infosys and other are 5, but in tier 2 we are 2. We carrying the all ISO certification compliances, so there is no geographical limitations required. Everything happening under the Shivaji University, and thanks to this hub and the blessing, like the Kolhapur blessed with the Mahalakshmi, I always say that the Kolhapur blessed with the Shivaji University to sustain and survive in the international market. The another point which we used to say that corporatization is always appreciated and the industry demand. But if you looked at the corporatization, are we really believing as an Indian ecosystem for that? Absolutely no. We believe on our rights, the democracy, our opinion, and our talent to flourish to get the success in the industry. And there, what we used to take in the sales speech and in the selling platform, we used to say that why we dare to run the medical hub in medical domain expertise from the Kolhapur. Our doctors, our medicos, our the field expert, all are carrying the freedom to give any concept or the support to any industry expert with their own or or individual capacity. They don't have a tie-up and agreement where for emergency, if I need that, the cardiac surgeon should be available for my technical team to support. I don't need to run with the NDA and the MOU and the corporate structure, but it's the unity of a city which help each other. The domain expertise of the academia, the education platform comes to the industry, and there we align to comply with the governing compliances and the government regulation. And this is what we are doing today. Again, going forward, I would like to share here, like whenever we talk about that the government, everybody carries the threat about the compliances and the regulation. But with the vision of 2047, the way India is growing and our nation is working forward to create the pathway, we need to appreciate the digital economy of a nation is completely believe and running around the technology platform. And in this technology platform, we should appreciate that the government of India is creating the public platform like the Aabha ID, the health ID it created, the NDHM, National Digital Mission Platform. I know more about the healthcare because that is my vertical. So we are also moving towards the global platform and sitting in Kolhapur, sitting in Tier 2 city, working in Tier 3 city, only that our vision towards the digitization will help us to take from local to global. Again, I would like to thanks to Shivaji University for progressive policy and framework enabling the entrepreneur like us who are taking platform to the global level. We appreciate that support. But the one thing for the entrepreneurship I would like to submit here, the startup ecosystem is the only area to grow further in India and reach to the global market. The innovation, the ideas and the concept coming from the new generation is actually creating the competitive environment for the nation to bid with the advanced countries. And in this whole ecosystem, the Shivaji University's policy, the incubations, then the tie-ups and this platform which created today, it is the only solution to grow the business. The things which is not in the capacity of any industries, the thing which is not capacity of any business houses, that is coming up with the startup and giving the value addition to grow the business, to expand the business. So I suggest that the startup should not focus on the valuation, but be focused on the value creation. We from Tier 2 always look for the value creation. The team from the metro always look for the valuation. I suggest that the value creation created from the Tier 2 city, it is a sustainable and consistent and long-term approach of the entrepreneurship platform. And getting the valuation round, it is the sales pitch of the seller moving the bags on door to door. So be focused what you know. Be focused what you want. Innovate your own AI. The way AI gives the right results when you give a right prompt to AI. When you create and define one right prompt, when you know what is my input, what process need to be considered by the AI engine, and finally what I need as an output. So this is the startup entrepreneurship where the input you can take from your academicians, the expert, the engine process like AI, you get the industry experts on with you, be aligned with them, and going forward, whatever the output you require, always match with the government policy, government support, and government platform to declare you as an Indian business entrepreneurship forum. That is very useful in the international platform. When you say that I am a member of this government policy, I am empaneled with that Indian government policy, believe me, in international market, nobody doubt on your capability. So the government policies which is declared by our government always appreciate that, study that, empanel your business platform, your academia, your education with that policy, and make sure that you should proudly say that I am government compliance entrepreneur of the country. That will give you to open up the market in all the global platform, and you will reach again local to global, and that is always my ambition sitting in Kolhapur and where the Manorama I brought up to this level. I would like to take a momentum to highlight an important focus of this conclave, that women's skills and the leadership. We are fortunate enough and pride movement from Kolhapur to having the pro-chancellor from the female category, and I would like to give a big clap to Jyoti Jadhav madam. And this is a dream in my career also. I want to see that the Shivaji University sometime running by the female, by the woman entrepreneur leadership, and we are really blessed on that. The one thing I would like to admit here, the national growth, the national empowerment without the woman contribution is not possible for any country, especially India, where men are completely depend on the woman. So in the Indian market, we as a woman, under the leadership of the leaders like Jyoti madam, we blessed to progress further. And I would like to give a message to sitting my all sisters and the daughters and the friends sitting here, that look forward for the Vikasit Bharat vision, and that is something is prompting you, what you have, what you know, and what you can produce is your success ratio. Keep climbing the steps. The failure never gives you the step back. The failure gives you a more talent, more expertise, more struggle phase, and that is the key success of the life. And I want that all my sisters, daughters, and friends should stand with the woman leadership, with the career opportunity, because I have taken a birth in that gender, and I am always proud to become as an entrepreneur, a mother, a wife, a daughter-in-law, so many roles, and that enjoying a lot. So I appreciate that you also take that advantage. In the last few lines of my speech today, to the students and young researcher, the present here today, you are not just a degree holder, you are the architecture of India's future. Think beyond the conventional roles, build interdisciplinary skills, engage with industry early, develop an entrepreneurship mindset. Whether you start a company or you lead the innovation within the organization, remember, innovation demands courage, ownership, and persistence. In the today's platform, where we got the chance to take this today's date in the celebration under the PM Usha, Digital India, Startup India, and Atma Nirbhar Bharat like of a concept, it is a strong foundation for all of us, and I would like that we should engage ourselves more and more and look forward for again. I once again congratulate Shivaji University and the entire organization team for this meaningful initiative. I am confident that the discussion and the partnership emerging from the conclave will contribute significantly to India's journey from local innovation to global leadership. So that is my message to everyone. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity and share my thoughts here. Thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the inspiring inaugural address. Your words have truly set the tone for today's event and motivated all of us to think creatively and act innovatively. Now it's my honor to invite the guidance force behind the esteemed institute, a true leader and visionary, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. J.P. Jadhav ma'am, to deliver the presidential address.
It's very difficult for me, after Chandrika and Ashwini, I should say something. but it is my duty, and that's why I'm here. So, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, especially the president of today's function, Professor Dr. Suresh Gosavi sir, who is an eminent scientist. By a certain reason, he will not be able to remain present for this function. So I convey the best regards for the successful conduction of these 2 days conclave, which is a very, very, very गाजतीय म्हणायला काही हरकत नाही आहे, because most of the stakeholders from the Shivaji University and around and Kolhapur, they have praised this particular event, and that's on behalf of all the authorities from the Shivaji University, I give first the compliments and greetings for the successful conduction of this particular event. Then for this today's function, the chief guest of today's function, Mrs. Ashwini Danigoda Madam. She is not only the founder of CEO Manorama Infosys Private Limited, she is my very good friend since long back. We both are working together. She is working for the industry, I am working as a scientist. So it is again the Jyoti, Ashwini and Chandrika, the main names of three. The meanings are more or less same. And rarely this combination happened today in the history of Shivaji University, and really I am very happy for this successful organization of the event, Dr. S.D. Delekar, because who has taken the 3 months for this particular event. Then the next one is Dr. Chandrika Kaushik Madam, DSDG, DRDO, New Delhi. The name itself and the madam itself, he is like a star. Yesterday only, we had a discussion with many industry personnel. Whatever conversation happened in between the industry personnel around the Shivaji University, Satara and Kolhapur, I'm really get praised with that. Yes sir, this is the thing what exactly we need to do at our academic session, and that's why this particular conclave, which is the name itself, it's as an international academia industry government conclave. So first of all, as a pro vice chancellor of this university, I am really very, very impressed those who have taken the initiatives as well as the successful conduction of these particular, every stakeholder is working for this, and that's why the big round of applause from the bottom of my heart. And not the least, it's a list of scientists we have gathered together here on this particular campus. Professor Kandalam Ramanujacharya. Morning we have a very good discussion in the breakfast, and I'm totally impressed. Yes, how it happens, because you know that industry personnel are extremely required nowadays to fulfill the Vikasit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, then Vikasit Maharashtra 2047, Vikasit University, etc., etc. Unless we convert the many of our ideas into the development of the entrepreneurs and the jobs, it is of no use, and that's why again I'm giving this credit to the team that yes, they have involved the many scientists across the globe for this successful event. Not only the prestigious personnel who are sitting on this particular dais, I also appreciated the efforts who have taken by the many of the scientists, those who are contributing for this successful events, and especially Prakash Vadgavkar sir. He is a fatherly figure to my university. Thank you very much sir for accepting our invitation and coming over here. Again, I give the thanks to all the deans of the Shivaji University. They are always the big pillars of this particular events. All the senior professor, and very, very, very smiling young faces, that the students of all the faculties who have gathered here. And first, I welcome on behalf of authorities for this event and the media, Alok Jatratkar Sirji, because he is the person who is giving the broad perspective. Whatever is happening in my university, it is his role that what perception you portray in the society, it matters a lot. And that's why I'm calling this as it's a big gathering, and it's a rare and deadly combination of the event, and that's why I'm very happy today. So Subhash Mani sir also, he is also equally responsible, and these people who are sitting in front of me. So why I am very happy, you know that most of the dignitaries, they are giving the best of their knowledge to share their ideas, to encourage the students, to solve the many queries which are raised in the young minds in this particular system of NEP 2020, Vikasit Bharat, Vikasit Maharashtra, Vikasit University, IKS, horizontal, vertical mobility, majors, minors, etc., etc. The lot of things are going on in the heads of the students. So I think these 2 days of this conclave will give the satisfactory answer to everyone, and they will take the message, very important message from this conclave. So I'll just sum up that why this particular message, why this particular conclave is very important for the Shivaji University, because it covers the innovation, startups, trends in science, all engineering, all health related faculties, agriculture, sustainability, management, etc., etc. And it is a combination of all the stakeholders and pillars who have contributed socially for the university as well as for the other things too. One more thing I would like to emphasize here is that they have not only arranged the lectures of eminent personalities, industrialists, especially I would like to take the name of Dr. Girish Chitre, who is the director of, then question arises, why these women students are coming over here? They are not coming just as they are women, they are all the meritorious students. If you see any batch of Shivaji University and affiliated colleges, if the batch of 40, then around 25 to 30 women are there in all areas, in engineering technologies, then in science, pure science, applied science, everywhere. Whenever we are putting the numbers, how many girl students are there, then always the number is above 75%, and it is the very good sign for the developing country like India. But what happens thereafter? You know that in case of women's, as Amai said, I am a mother, I am a wife of someone, I am a daughter of someone, I am a mother-in-law of someone, I am daughter-in-law of someone. So what happens, especially for the women's, the career age and the biological age, it coincides. And most of the time what happens, even these women entrepreneurs, they are very, very talented. Somehow they lose their talents between the parenting and this motherhood and the career. And that's why these types of conclaves, especially in this conclave, Delekar sir have particularly involved the panel discussion for the development of women entrepreneurships. And I'm really like this particular, because last time also this panel discussion probably given a good message to the women that how they can balance both the things, the career and the motherhood. This particular session, mostly the women, those who are contributing this particular session, these are the business typhoons, not from the other areas. Especially they are from the Kolhapur, Sangli and Satara area. And this is the proud-filling moment for all of us. Probably they might be the students of Shivaji University. They are the role models for all of us which are presenting. Why I am emphasizing in all these things? Because you know that if you see the certain values, then in the developing and developed countries, what are the women contribution in the GDP? In most of the countries, those who have developed the countries, we are calling it as the GDP contributions by the women, it is around the 40 to 42%. And in India, you know that most of the women talents are there, but because what happens, I don't know. This percentage is in between the 15 to 17%. So basically what I wanted to give the message is that if suppose we have arranged such types of conclaves, the most of the women talents will nurture in the form of entrepreneurship, and probably from the developing country to the developed country, this women contribution will be helpful a lot. And for that purpose, these exercises played a vital role in academics and many more things. So women's, what I am expecting is please attend each and every session which is going to happen, because for doing all this, it is only 2 pages. If if you see carefully, this is only the 2-page table program, but it took around 6 months to put one single line to invite the person who is globally recognized from the India or from the Kolhapur or from the Maharashtra, all from all over India. Our team have given the best of their efforts to give such type of fees for the Shivaji University students and for the students of affiliated colleges, and that's why you should attend each and every program which is being arranged for you to grow our university from the academics to the businessmen or businesswomen. This is my actually the humble request as an authority from Shivaji University. And definitely, I would be very happy that most of the stakeholders, those who are industry personnel, and that the Chandrika Kaushik madam or the Ashwini madam, they said that first time we observed that such type of international academia, industry, government conclave, it is happening in the Shivaji University and Shivaji University. And this is my university. I'm really feel proud that they have invited me to give the presidential address in short, because there are big giants who are sitting on the dais too and off the dais. You are eager to listen to them. But at last I can say, I'm so happy today that this particular event is going on in the campus of Shivaji University, and my heartfelt greetings and best wishes for the entire 2 days program. Thank you very much. Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring presidential address. Your words of wisdom and guidance will surely motivate all of us to strive for excellence in every sector. To conclude this inaugural function, I now invite Mr. Subhash Mane sir, Organizing Secretary for this conclave, for expressing vote of thanks.
Thank you. Respectful dignitaries on the dais, and all the participants of the conclave. A very good morning to one and all. To conclude, I, Professor Subhash Mane, the Organizing Secretary of the conclave, stand before you to deliver the all-important vote of thanks for this inaugural function. First and foremost, I immensely thank the chief guest for the inaugural function, Mrs. Ashwini Danigonda Madam, the founder CEO of Manorama Info Solutions Private Limited, for her gracious presence and enlightening us with her insightful thoughts on the importance of innovation, startups for the growth of the country on this occasion. Thank you, ma'am. I next thank Professor Kandalam Ramanujachari of Rowan University, USA, for his thoughts regarding collaborations between academia and industry, and how this will take the country and the world further. Thank you, sir. I also thank Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, Madam, DSN DG, PC, CSI, DRDO New Delhi, for her inspiring words. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Honorable Professor Dr. Jyoti Jadhav, Madam, Pro Vice Chancellor, for her presidential address and her words of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Suresh V. Gosavi in his absence for the support and guidance. I thank the convener of this particular conclave, Professor Dr. S.D. Dedekar sir, for the inaugural, you can say, words of welcome and introduction. I thank all the industry, academia and government partners and delegates of the conclave for their presence here and participation in this particular conclave. I thank all the organizing committee members for making this inaugural function a great success. Before I conclude, I would like to request all the delegates to attend not only the sessions here, but also go to the exhibition arena, wherein many industrial exhibitors have come and they'll be exhibiting their products. It will also give you more inputs into better inputs of and make this conclave a better success. So once again, thanking you all. I wish a very good stay for 2 days to all the guests here and also the delegates who have participated in this conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We all are excited for this conclave. I assure you that this conclave will be a great opportunity to strengthen meaningful collaboration among academia, industry, and government, encouraging innovation-driven research, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. With permission of Chair, I declare that the inaugural function of this workshop is over.
After the inauguration, we immediately start with the first keynote address of the workshop. It is my honor the next session of the keynote address by Dr. Chandrika ma'am will start shortly. It is my honor to invite Dr. Chandrika Kaushik ma'am, an outstanding scientist and Director General, Production, Coordination and Service Integration at DRDO, New Delhi. I request you, ma'am, to kindly proceed with your presentation. This session will be chaired by Principal Mendalgi Madam, Dean of Commerce and Management. May I invite Principal Mendalgi Madam to take the charge and continue. I request Principal Mendalgi ma'am to kindly introduce our speaker for the day, Dr. Chandrika Kaushik ma'am. Ma'am, I request you to kindly introduce our chair.
So, very good morning to all of you. I am here to introduce Dr. Chandrika Kaushik Madam, who is going to deliver her expertise on opportunities for indigenous development in defense sector in this industry, academia, government conclave. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Dr. Jyoti Jadhav Madam, all the dignitaries of the dais. Dr. Chandrika Kaushik Madam is a distinguished scientist and Director General, Production Coordination and Services Interaction, Defense Research and Development Organization. With a career spanning over 3 decades, Dr. Kaushik Madam has been at the forefront of some of the India's most significant defense advancements. She is seasoned professional known for her strategic thinking, strong leadership, and unwavering commitment to national security. Dr. Kaushik Madam steers 5 corporate vehicles in DRDO. Those are the Armed Forces Interactions, Industry Interface and Technology Management, International Cooperation, Internal Security Technology Requirements, and Quality, Reliability and Safety, and is one of the important pillars of the top DRDO management. As the Director General of PC and SI, Dr. Kaushik Madam has been instrumental in shaping the policies and initiatives that support DRDO's research and development projects. Dr. Kaushik Madam holds a doctorate in defense studies and has been part of multiple high-impact projects contributing to the development of indigenous defense technologies. She has led several initiatives that have strengthened India's defense infrastructure and bolstered the country's position as a self-reliant power in the global arena. Her commitment to capacity building, technology transfer, and international collaborations in defense research has earned her accolades from various quarters. In addition to her professional achievement, Dr. Kaushik Madam has played an instrumental role in empowering women in defense and technology, inspiring countless young minds to pursue careers in STEM fields. Her career exemplifies not only excellence in defense research, but also integrity, commitment to public service, and an unwavering...
We can save time. We can skip
Okay. No, it is just brief. This is just a brief resume. Madam is saying ki save the time, but it is my moral obligation to complete. So science and an unwavering dedication to making India's defense sector world class. So we are very happy to have such a wonderful personality for this session. I welcome Kaushik Madam, and I will complete my introduction. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to everyone, and first and foremost, let me compliment once again the organizing team for putting this academia, industry, students, government conclave. So we'll spend the next 15-20 minutes. I just want to give a flavor of what we do in defense to all of you. Right? So, first and foremost, research and development is not an expenditure item, it's an investment. And I want all of you to have an appreciation of that, both the academicians sitting here and the industry people. You will not see immediate returns out of this investment, but you have seen how gold bonds have escalated. What is the kind of returns that you are getting with respect to 21, I think more than 100% returns are coming. So similarly, research and development is an investment for the future. And how do you get the best returns from this investment? Those best returns will come only if you have synergy amongst all the stakeholders which have to contribute to make sure that the output is as good as what was expected, right? So who are the stakeholders? One is the government, the defense R&D labs, academicians who do the basic sciences towards doing this R&D, industries who translate what has been developed into production towards creating the capability. And then we have the certification agencies, the user agencies who spell out, especially from a defense perspective, as to what are the operational capabilities that are required on the war front area, right? We can add the certification agencies which help us to say whether what we are doing is right or not right, right? So look at it. How do you really work out as to what is required? So the user agencies say what are the long-term integrated perspective plan, or what are the capabilities that are required. And based on the capabilities that they are looking for, the DRDO works out what are the kind of technologies that are required to be built up, not only based on their requirements from a fundamental perspective. If you are talking about, say, the 6th generation aircraft, so what are the kind of materials that you need for that? You need lightweight, you need the best of the composites. Idea is to keep reducing the weight, increase the maximum power, and that is universally true. So what are the advancements in science that you will need towards that? So that is the bottom-up approach from what is required in R&D. And so you work out the long-term technology perspective plan, and based on that we work on basic research, some of our labs in certain areas, but we are doing mostly hand-holding with the academic institutions to do this basic research for us. Then the applied research, that is where our focus, and here also we depend mostly on the academic institutions. We focus more on technology development, both for the purpose of technology and then making systems, finally leading to a system which can be deployed in the field. So TRL 1 to 3 is where we look for contribution from the academic institutions. Between 4 to 5 is primarily DRDO driven, and we do take the support of the industries right from 4 to 7, and 7-8 is where we are expecting industry to play the lead role. So students, I want you to understand and appreciate where you can contribute in which part, and also there is a room for everyone. We are not competing amongst each other, we are competing against the global markets. So nowhere within academia, industry, I see a lot of places people feel, oh, DRDO is not letting us do, industry can do all this development on their own, but DRDO ends up taking all the projects, they are not funding. There is a certain amount of basic technology which you need to build systems. So till you have walked that technological threshold, you will not be able to make system of systems on your own. That technological advancement comes by working through the system. So I want all of you to be rest assured, wherever there is a capability in the ecosystem, from the government side, government is keen to make use of all the potential that is existing and involve all the stakeholders in this development process. I want all of you to have a look at this. Today, the country is self-reliant in the areas of fighter aircraft. We have our own technology stack for making all kinds of missiles, radars, sonars, electronic warfare systems, communication systems, bombs, warheads, guns, artillery rockets, armored fighting vehicles, combat engineering equipment, NBC systems. If you look at the technology stack that is required to build any of these systems, that is available in the country. Some of you might ask me, however, we are still importing. Why is that so? So those are some of the systemic issues that the government is trying to resolve. But I want all of you to feel proud of the fact that we have achieved self-reliance in those technology domains. We have the supersonic cruise missile, BrahMos, which operates from naval platforms, airborne platforms, land platforms, the medium-range surface-to-air missiles, air-to-air combat missiles at various ranges, anti-tank guided missiles, the medium-range surface-to-air missiles. These are all developed in the country by people like you and me and are being used successfully. They were deployed in Ops Sindoor, and I am expecting the students here to help us to develop better and better systems, contribute to this journey of self-reliance. Coming to the new systems that are developed and are likely to get inducted soon, the quick reaction surface-to-air missile, where while on the move, the vehicles can stop, get the cue and fire. The long-range SAMs, the naval anti-ship missile, the naval anti-ship medium-range missile, both for the short range and medium range. That means it is launched from an airborne platform for targets at sea, and the long-range anti-ship missiles, which can go up to distances of more than 1,500 kilometers into the sea. So all these systems have been developed in the country, and all of you somewhere or the other are connected to this development process and are contributing towards it. Rudram series of missiles are anti-radiation missiles. So that means some of the electronic students, any sensor that is radiating, right? So we would like to in any tactical scenario, you would like to bring down the sensor first. So you identify where is the radiation coming in. So in this missile, you have a sensor which seeks out the radiation element, goes in and neutralizes it before you push in your other assets. So different kind of anti-radiation missiles for different ranges. The vertically launched short-range SAMs from the naval platforms, the helicopter-launched anti-tank guided missile, and the man-portable short-range guided missiles for tanks. All these are under development. Most of them are already, development phase is over, are under a rigorous phase of evaluation. As you know, our services work from high altitude, -25, -30 to +55. So the kind of operational environment that our systems have to face is indeed very challenging, and that adds to the rigor of the development. Coming to the armored systems and the land-based platforms, the main battle tank Arjun, which is indigenously developed, the propulsion system is imported, and we could not take on the development of the power pack because the quantities in the initial stages were not known. If you have to spend resources for the development of these systems, which are very, very critical, very, very strategic, there should be a clear indication of what are the kind of quantities that are required, and that is where each of the industries looks for a business case when they want to participate in the development of such systems. The Mark 1A came with multiple upgrades. The wheeled armored personnel carrier, this has been developed in a synergistic manner with the Tata Advanced Systems and one of our labs which works on vehicles, and you'd be happy to note that this is one system which has gone, and TASL has now gone and established a factory in Morocco to co-produce the system there, and Moroccan government is asking, just like we say, come make in India, right, for multiple of our systems. Today that has become the slogan everywhere. Just today I was reading, European Union is saying make in European Union. Morocco says make in Morocco. So today countries are trying to maximize how do we make whatever is required in the country itself. One is you're sure of the supply chains, the vulnerability to the likely disruption of the supply chains gets reduced, and you're confident that when you need something, you are sure to get it, right? So various kind of bridges. You see one bridge which is kind of, the whole tank can go through the bridge, right? The bridge can be laid and the tank can pass through, the whole columns of armed forces can pass through, and you can fold the bridge back and continue on the move. So from a bridge which can take up to 70 tons to smaller bridges which are required for soldiers to move through. All kinds of systems that are required for our armed forces have been developed and inducted. Unmanned and autonomy. These are two things which you all would be continuously hearing about. I'm sure some of the students of IT, information technology, cyber security, ICT would also be hearing about a lot of work on AI, machine learning, right? So all that you study goes towards the development of making of autonomous systems, and prior to that, first making them unmanned and then building in as much autonomy as possible. So various kind of robots for multiple purpose. It could be for a surveillance, it could be for a CBRN environment where we don't want to put a human being at risk, or for a firefighting purpose, or to go in a crowded place, retrieve an unexploded ordnance and to deal with it. The advanced towed artillery gun. This is the pride of Maharashtra, I should say. Today standing at Kolhapur, this has been developed by our lab at Pune, ARD, along with Bharat Forge and TASL. This is a public-private partnership which has successfully culminated, and I think this is one of the guns with the longest range of approximately 50 kilometers, right? Guided guided Pinaka, the initial rocket artillery shells were till about 38, then we went to 45, then we made guided shells till 70, and now we are looking at larger ranges for providing rocket power to our artillery forces. Similarly, various kind of grenades, gun projectiles, tank projectiles. When you make a tank, you need a separate propulsion system also for that? Yes? No? So you have to make that ammunition for that. So everything, unless until you have complete control over the entire stack, you can be held hostage at any point of time. So all this has been successfully developed and inducted. The new projects which are currently ongoing, the Future Infantry Combat Vehicle, again with 2 industries. This is the first prototype, should roll out this year. The Future Ready Combat Vehicle, which will be an upgraded main battle tank, the FICVs. Now we are paying focus to power packs, engines and the transmission systems. We were importing for our earlier tanks, but now we have launched projects so that the power pack that will be required for powering any of these land vehicles should be available from an indigenous industry. Then the active protection system for armored fighting vehicles, if an incoming projectile is seen, you should be able to detect it and real time neutralize it to make sure that your own platforms are safe, and the lightweight bridging systems. LCA Mark 1A, how many of you know about it? Children, can you raise your hands please? So not many. So this is our own 4.5th generation fighter aircraft that has been developed in the country. It is developed by ADA, which is located at Bangalore, productionized at HAL. 40 numbers are already there with the Indian Air Force. Another 200 numbers are under production for induction. So this is the pride of Indian Air Force, indigenously developed, and more than 50 academic institutions would have contributed to developing the various technologies that are required. More than 100 industries would have contributed in making various subsystems, different LRUs that go into the making of an aircraft. It is no mean task. But wherever there is an expertise in the overall ecosystem, the same is harnessed, made use for making a complex fighter aircraft. The airborne early warning and control aircraft. How many of you know about it? Children, raise your hands. That means you're not watching the news well. During Op Sindoor, this was the eyes for the Indian Air Force, right? It can go up, it has radars which can look up to more than 300 kilometers into the enemy airspace, identify any incoming threats, and relay that information in real time to your own assets for you to take necessary intervention. We made some numbers, they were inducted, and now there are programs for making different variants of the same. The LCA Mark II, the twin engine deck-based fighter, which will be required for our Navy so that it can take off from the naval platforms from an aircraft carrier. The AWNC, again the airborne early warning, what I said, 300 kilometers, look into it. So you extend the ranges of the radars to more than 400, 450 kilometer, and that there you come up with the AWNC Mark II. The advanced medium combat aircraft, these are all projects under the development. Airborne electronically scanned array radar so that you reduce the mechanical motions in the radar, improve the reliability. All these are under work. The various communication systems, the troposcatter system, when your existing lines of communication could be susceptible, you don't get, or they have been compromised. The troposcatter system, where on the move you can put your antennas, have communication using the troposphere, using the RF. Similarly, the satellite communication terminals, which makes use of the airborne space-based satellites for communication, the communication devices, all of these have been built in and are being used. Various kind of radars, right from a short-range radar on ground, which can look at as small as 5 kilometers to identify if a human being is intruding for a perimeter surveillance, to radars which can look into space. So the building blocks for all these kind of radars are available. Radars which can give the cue to a weapon, based on which the weapon can take necessary action. All these are inducted, and the newer radars which are under the process of identification. Coming to the naval scenario, what do you use for targeting any enemy threats in the naval domain? You use sonars for your sensors, and you use torpedoes for neutralizing the enemy platforms. So various kind of sonars, both for surface ships, submarines, various kind of torpedoes, they have been developed, inducted, right? The focus is looking at much higher velocity missiles, hypersonic systems, various kinds of space-based technologies, using AI, robotics and autonomy in all the systems that are under development, using the RF, various kind of directed energy weapons, using microwaves for high power lasers, electromagnetics. A lot of work is happening in the cyber domain, advanced materials which go towards helping us develop various systems, use of additive manufacturing. Quantum is the new frontier. A lot of work is happening in the area of quantum sensors, quantum communication, advanced stealth and the camouflage technologies. So these are some of the problem areas which need to be focused on, and this is where these are problem areas for both the academic institutions and the industries. Some of the TRL 1 to 3 areas where the academic institutions can contribute, which are of relevance and interest to the defense domain. Lightweight composite aerostructures, smart flight control mechanisms, AI-enabled autonomous drones, advanced CFD-driven aerodynamic designs, hybrid electric and hydrogen-based propulsion systems. How do you operate in case there is no GPS? Today all of you are dependent on GPS even for navigation within a city, right? Imagine the condition of weapons if they are dependent only on GNSS enabled sensors. What if GNSS is not available? How do the systems, how do the weapons work? Do you think we should have some technology which should ensure that the systems will work with or without GNSS also? Yes? So a lot of work. So this is where we expect all of you to contribute, right? Similarly, in the missile systems, high precision strike missile platforms, working in a network mode, scramjet engines, space situational awareness, seeker technologies, small satellite constellations, parachutes. Coming to the land systems, how much time do we have? Can someone tell? 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes, okay. So I'm going to skip over the technology areas. They are already warhead, and what we are expecting from the academic institutions are given on our website. These are our areas of interest in what vertical integration, this is what we are expecting from the various academic institutions to contribute in. Similarly, in the naval and underwater domains, with more powerful warheads, munitions, detonating schemes, decoys, smart conformal antennas, passive radars, radomes which will be across the spectrum, gallium nitride based microwave devices, multi-sensors, electro-optics, infrared systems, distributed sensor networks, Similarly, a lot of problem statements in the area of C4ISR, cyber and AI-enabled systems. A lot of work is happening on soldier as around the soldier. What is required to ensure real-time health monitoring, passing the information in a network mode to people who are in the control room, and taking necessary intervention wherever required. Metamaterials, on-demand 3D printing with the required characteristics, and what is required to make that happen? The various kind of powders that you need, bioremediation, energy. Everything is becoming energy hungry. All the AI that you are using, chat GPTs, GPUs, they all use a lot of power, right? Where do we generate all this power from? How do we compress the power requirement and make sure that it is available, especially for the weapon systems which are required on the move, right? So some mechanisms on the policy front that we have introduced for enablement with the industries. For the large systems, platforms, we have something called a development, production partner, where a lead industry works with the DRDO lab working on the system development, and once the development and user trials are over, they go on to produce those systems. So like the combat aircraft is being produced by HAL, the tank is being produced by a ordnance factory, the advanced towed artillery gun is being produced by BFL and TASL. Similarly, the various kind of bridges are being produced by L&T. They were part of working with us during the development phase, and after the development is over, they are going ahead towards the production phase. We give the technology transfer to our industries free of cost, who are the development partners, and to other industries also at a very nominal cost. We also support them in consultancy wherever required, provide the test and evaluation facilities, and there is, I'll come to that. So in the DCPP I spoke about, we have identified roughly around 150 industries who will be getting the orders from the ministry and the armed forces for producing the systems that have been developed by DRDO, and you'd be happy to notice that more than 6 lakh crores of worth of systems have been approved for production and by the Indian industry and induction by the armed forces. The objective is that the production target, which was 1,26,000 2 years back, it should go to 3 lakh crores by 2029. So imagine the kind of work that the Indian industry, and this is all indigenous wala, not what you are getting the technology and producing it. So the Indian industry needs to scale up to be ready to make use of these opportunities. The exports should grow to 50,000. This is the government's target, and you all have to explore how you can contribute towards this. The DPSUs have been typically playing a larger role at the system level, and the private sector at a system level delivery, the role is much lesser. However, if you really see, the startups, MSMEs together are contributing much more working with the DRDO. If you see, roughly about 85-90% of the work that happens between the various DRDO labs and the industries is with the MSMEs and startups. The larger industries work towards aggregation of the systems, towards delivering it to the users. So, and not only for the armed forces, for the other paramilitary forces, police forces, small arms, other weapons, grenades, bombs, those are common items which are also made use of by the other agencies. More than 2,000 technology licensing agreements have been given to the Indian industries, and we are trying to simplify the process as much as possible. The IPRs that have been generated by the various DRDO labs, they are available. If you think it is of relevance to you, you want to exploit it and further improve it for tweaking it, making certain systems, these are available, and you can log into the website, see the various IPRs and make use of these. Summer is a process which we have introduced to help the industry to scale up in assessing their maturity levels for producing systems which are required for the defense forces. The various processes that are required, we have tied up with QCI. They use independent assessors to evaluate the industries and tell them where there is scope for improvisations, how can they improve their ecosystem. In each lab, we have put an industry interaction group, and they meet, I think, once a week, where any industry can reach out to them, ask them any questions, if they have any issue, if they're facing any problems, and all this is available on the website. You don't have to reach out specifically, individually to me or to any other. All the information is there on the website. You can reach out to the industry interaction groups in each lab and to the headquarters, my director industry interface. He also has an open house every month and to look at any issues if there are there. The test facilities which are available in the DRDO labs. More than 1,500 industries are making use of it. Roughly about 18,000 tests have been given. So the process for this is also available on the website, and you can look at what all facilities are available. If you want to make use of those, that can be made use of. There is a scheme called Technology Development Fund, where industries, if they have expertise in a specific technology area, you can log in for this and you can participate and help us in creating technology. We fund 90% of the project cost, 10% industry has to bear, and whatever is developed, find some way of becoming a part of the ecosystem, either at a subsystem level or at a system level. Not only we fund, our scientists also do the hand-holding of the industries who are in the process of development. We have formed 15 centers of excellence in various academic institutions, and each center is focused in a specific technology vertical. It could be CFD, it could be materials, it could be propulsion systems, and along with these 15 centers, other academic institutions can also work along with these these centers to help us in solving the early TRL problems. So more than 1,000 crores of funding goes towards funding projects that are of relevance from defense perspective in these academic institutions. We also have launched a Dare to Dream, where we pose unique challenges, unique problem statements, and try and identify the best thing that can. So the overall ultimate goal is to equip our armed forces with the unique solutions which will meet their requirement. And not these things should be technologically superior. We need to work in a multi-domain capability, and these systems which should be networked. So how can all of you contribute towards it? Academia, as I mentioned, for us not only helping us solve the TRL 1 to 3 problems, you also have to look at the students that you are turning out. Are they industry ready? If not, then what needs to be done? We are forming incubation centers and helping them to start the startup culture, innovation ecosystem. Today, the NEP allows you to tweak the curriculum to suit the requirement of the environment, right? So wherever required, if you need to create some bridge courses to meet the demands of the industry, those should be looked at seriously. The gap that is existing today between the graduates which are passing out, we have to make them more industry ready. The work cannot start only in the industry, and the 6 months of internship is not adequate for them to be industry ready. So I would strongly urge you, please have a look at what can be done within the academic environments to make sure that our students are ready and in a position to contribute right from the time that they pass out. From the industry, based on the issues that you're facing, especially in the early TRL levels, which need to be solved, I would suggest that you identify problem areas, share them with the academic institutions. Shivaji University is giving you a ready-made platform to tell your problem statement so that they can solve it for you, and to the other academic ecosystem that is around you. Let them help you in solving your early TRL problems, the basic sciences problems for you, and maybe some of the engineering issues too. And you could find the universities, you could fund them for solving such problems so that it becomes a win-win scenario. And you can also contribute to the required infrastructure if it is required to be created for solving specific problems of the industry in the academic domain. Industries could think of creating chairs in the academic institutions which can then focus on specific areas of your problems. Students, how many of you are awake? Slept on the last line? Can you raise your hands, please? Only one person. Please raise your hands, I can't see them. Thank you, thank you. The left side is still sleepy, looks like. Do you want to be a part of the growth story? What I showed you some glimpses. These are just some of the glimpses. Do you want to partner this development process? Do you want to part of, yes? I can't hear you. Can you speak loudly? Yes. Sure? Yes. Okay. So if you want to be a part of the growth story of Viksit Bharat, you see a lot of problems around you, right? Please don't expect someone else to solve them for you. Wherever you are finding a problem, within your own domain, within your own sphere of influence, try and see, can you solve it yourselves first? Either individually or in a group of your friends or with your teachers, your parents, then if you're not able to solve that problem, it could be a very simple problem of lack of cleanliness, some small things. If we can start sorting out issues around ourselves, in our immediate vicinity, in our domain, that is the start of the problem-solving culture that all of you have to inculcate in yourselves if you have not done it till now. I'm sure some of you might already be doing it, because whenever you are faced with a problem, if there is no one to hold your hand, you will surely find a way to walk, right? But if you have been amongst the pampered lot, where you have always been given a silver spoon and somebody to solve your problems for you, then try and solve the problems on your own and see how you can contribute. Don't wait for anyone to solve these problems for you. Gear up for action. You are in your final year graduation, post-graduation, right? When you pass out after finishing your education, see what are the unique problems that attract your nature. Where is it you want to contribute, in which domain? What is your calling? Based on your own aptitude, you can create startups. Today it is the startup culture. If you think I have to wait for a government job, I'll be most effective, most contributing there only, I don't think too many opportunities are there. While you're most welcome to come participate with us, be a part of the growth story in defense, in DRDO, in the armed forces. Also, you can, if not within, you can contribute from outside by helping us solve problems, by setting up your own startups in areas of your interest. You have to be a part of the creating the value chain and the wealth in the country. Don't expect anyone to solve your problems for you. You have to solve the problems for yourselves and for others around you. And let me assure you, you all have that competence within you. You are all like Hanumans. Somebody has to tell them, you have to go, you can jump over and reach Sri Lanka and come back. You all have that latent potential in you. You just have to discover it, unleash it, to make sure that you become a part of the creating that value in the country. Be confident, be bold, don't be afraid of anything. I would urge all of you to think deep within, identify what is it that attracts you most, which is the area where your calling comes in, and then work towards that, march boldly. Dr. Kalam used to say, dream, 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 and dream with your eyes open, not while sleeping. So don't waste your time sleeping. Keep your eyes open, dream what you can do, and then work towards realization of those dreams. The country has very high hopes from all of you, and I am absolutely confident that you will help us to realize these, create wealth, and make sure that India will be a developed country. No student will go abroad just for getting higher education or getting. That is the success of both our academic institutions and the industrial ecosystems. When students from abroad come and study here and work here. So the first test is, how many of you are looking for going for MS and MTech abroad? If not, then I would say that together collectively we have succeeded in creating that ecosystem which will help us to make the best and make India into a developed country. Girls, I have very, very high expectations from you when you pass out. Make sure that you contribute. I am sure most of you are doing better in your grades than your male friends. Don't drop out from the work ecosystem because of lack of support system. Please continue to persevere, just as you have joined the academics against all odds. Continue to be a part of the workforce. The country needs you to put in your contribution after passing out. And I'm not saying you have to necessarily compete. You can collaborate and contribute. I just don't want you to quit at the end of it. I wish the succeeding sections very, very successful deliberations over the next 2 days. And I once again compliment the organizing team for organizing a platform where everybody can come together and contribute over the next 2 days. With that, I'll conclude. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the floor is open for questions. We would invite 1 or 2 questions. I request all the dignitaries and even the participants to feel free to ask the questions.
All doubts resolved.
Shall I ask one question?
Please.
So Shivaji University is the best leading for material science. So especially you were talking about advanced material. Kindly give me information of which materials and is it possible to interact with the ARD?
Okay. We have 3 laboratories working only in the area of materials. One is the Defense Metallurgical Research Laboratory at Hyderabad, which is focusing on metals, alloys, special materials, and now they have diversified into composites also. Then we have Defense DMSRD at Kanpur. They are also working in the area of materials. Some work on the stealth materials is happening at DLJ Jodhpur. The naval materials, a lot of work happens on piezo ceramics, etc. at NMRL Ambernath. So the details of their focus areas are available on the websites. So depending on your specific interest areas, you could reach out to these laboratories and work with them in depending on your own core competence and core capability. And we also have a couple of centers of excellence working in the materials. The details are again there on the website. You could see where exactly you would like to align with them and be a part of the development of materials. We are also focusing, a lot of attention is there on the additive manufacturing and development of various processes, materials, as well as the equipment that will be required for additive manufacturing. So startups, if you have to work with our product map is very wide, right? I told you we work from space, airborne, land, naval, cyber, materials. So depending on what is your area of expertise, right? You have to work with the respective labs in developing systems for them. And we expect a lot of agility, a lot of quick solutions from the startup space. So depending on what area you would wanting to work in, I would request that you engage with the concerned lab for helping us develop unique solutions for the defense ecosystem. I think I overshot my time also a little bit.
Thank you, madam. You have very nicely presented the ecosystem of DRDO with all the technological advancements and what are the expectations from academic institutions. You also identified the problems and encouraged the students for startups, bridging the gap between academia and industry. And all of you are Hanumans, as madam has rightly pointed out. You have the power within you. Be you your own problem solvers. From the morning, the whole auditorium is experiencing Vidya, Buddhi and Shakti, and we have experienced the impact of 3 Devis, that is Chandrika, Jyoti and Ashwini madam. Really, the sessions are conducted in a very wonderful manner. Thanks for creating the confidence and encouraging the students, madam. And we want to be a part of success story of DRDO. I can assure you from the audience side also. So the session was conducted in a very studied manner. We are really thankful to Kaushik madam for her nice presentation and opening the door of a somewhat different way, different path in DRDO system. So we are very much enlightened. I wish this conclave a grand success for the forthcoming sessions also. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Mendelgi ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Chandrika Kaushik ma'am by providing her with shawl, memento and certificate. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. K.D. Sononi, sir, to kindly felicitate Mandalgi, ma'am. We'll start with the second keynote session. The next presentation will be of 30 minutes for both the invited talk and keynote addresses, as we are running short of time.
We now move to the second keynote address of the conclave. It is my honor to invite Professor Dr. Kandalam Ramanujarya sir from Rowan University, USA. This session will be chaired by Professor R.V. Gurav sir, Head of Botany Department. I invite Professor R.V. Gurav sir to take a charge and continue.
Friends, I know we are running short of time, so I will take only 1 minute to introduce the speaker, Professor Dr. Kandalam Ramanujachari. He is a professor in chemistry and biochemistry. His research interest is in inorganic chemistry, material chemistry and medicinal chemistry. He has in his credit Rowan University Research Award 2009, and he is member of various societies like American Chemical Society, Materials Research Society of Singapore and Luminescence Society of India. He is going to deliver his speech on the topic Emerging Trends in Sustainable Development. On behalf of Shivaji University, I welcome him and request him to deliver his speech. Please, sir.
This session should have ended 15 minutes ago, but now I'm starting my talk, so I will try to make this presentation as short as possible. Maybe if I go through all the transparencies and all that, it's going to take a long time. So my first slide, who is going to change the slides here for me, please? Is there a slide changer for me? All right, so there is a lot of talk about sustainability, right? We all know how to spell sustainability, but the question is, do I know the meaning of it? What is sustainability? Anyone knows? So, can you please change my slide? Okay. So, can you move quickly so that we can finish the presentation as soon as possible? All right. So, development that meets present needs without compromising future generation. That means you don't walk into the resources of your children, you don't eat their food for your survival. That's what sustainability is all about. Now, there are 3 sustainabilities: economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. In India, I'm very proud, we have achieved what we call economic sustainability. Long time ago, India was number 50 in the wealth. Today, I just heard 2 months back, India surpassed the Japanese economy to become the 4th largest economy of the world. I'm so proud of it. To all the work done by our politicians, no matter what the party is, they all have contributed to make India great. Now, what we have to do is social sustainability and environmental sustainability. This is what we need to achieve. That is, we need to wipe out the gap between wealthy and the poor people.
If you want, you can use the cordless as well.
Yes, that will be great. Excellent. Thank you very much. So what is economic sustainability? Efficient use of resources, long-term economic growth, which is what India has witnessed in last 15 to 20 years. We are number 4 in the world. And reducing poverty and inequality. India has gone a long way. When I was a kid in India, I was born in India, and I saw a lot of poverty in my own towns. Today, I can proudly say, yeah, we still have poverty. I'm not saying that we have completely eliminated, but the degree of poverty has reduced quite a lot. I think India is doing a great job in terms of lifting people from the poverty to the levels. So there is a lot of growth in this. Equality and social justice. This is very important for sustainability. Access to education and healthcare. This is also very important. And cultural preservation. Whenever we expand, we've got to make sure that we should be sensitive to the cultures. All right, so I'm going to move now. So the basic idea here is we need to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity. That is what sustainability, in my opinion. Right? Okay, in the previous talks, Professor Chandrika Madam talked about energy, and she talked specifically about hydrogen. Today I'm going to talk about hydrogen energy. Can one of you please ring me after 15 minutes? I want to stop it. I'm already late. So 15 minutes. All right. So that graph tells you, in today, our current energy, met by 60% of the energy comes from non-renewable resources, whether it is coal, gas, or oil. As you can see there, the solar and the wind is only 10%. That's not good. We need to increase that. So to make hydrogen, there are 5 different ways. One of the things is, you can take in a hydrocarbon, treat it with water to get hydrogen. This is how hydrogen is produced today. As you can see, a lot of it comes with carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, which is a greenhouse gas. I'm going to move because there's no time to discuss all these things. This is one way of making hydrogen. You take water, heat it to 2000 degrees, it breaks down to hydrogen and oxygen. But there are technologies to bring the temperature down. These are some of the technologies people have been working. So the idea here is, if we have a solar power concentrator, heat it up and break the hydrogen, water into hydrogen and oxygen. There is also another way of making hydrogen, that is taking lignin and doing electrolytically produced hydrogen. This technology is also picking up speed. Oh, thank you very much. All right. So in my research, what we have been doing is, I will take you to your 8th class chemistry. Right? You all saw this picture in your 8th grade, right? You take water, you put 2 electrodes, right? When you put 2 electrodes, you get water split into hydrogen and oxygen. Anyone knows when this was invented? It was invented in 1800, almost 225 years ago. But still, there is a problem using this technique to make hydrogen. Yeah, you can use solar power to break water to get hydrogen, but the efficiency of the process is not very good. The efficiency is only 30%. And the worst part of it is, you need platinum and iridium oxide. Both are very expensive. So my research is to develop new materials to replace expensive materials and make it work. Does it make sense? Yeah, that's all my research is. What I'm going to show you next is all just how well we have done this work. So this is the material that we have taken, and we have done, this is the graph. Basically it tells you that of all the materials, nickel iron phosphide sulfides are wonderful. We also have done some development of new materials like moly sulfide, cobalt sulfides. With different pH conditions, we were able to make good materials. This work has been published recently. And we also have done work on simple nickel sulfides to show that they can be used instead of platinum to make hydrogen, which was very wonderful here. There's an Australian company that took our technology, they're developing now prototypes to make the hydrogen. So, much better than platinum. One of the biggest problems in the electrolysis is you need to have a very pure water. You can't use dirty water to do electrolysis. When you do that, your electrodes will fail. To make water pure, it's so expensive. So what we have been doing is develop materials that can resist this kind of fouling. So as you can see, we have done a lot of nickel phosphide works. This also has been taken up by another company developing into electrolytic splitting of water into hydrogen and oxygen. So as you can see, sustainability comes when you have advanced materials and a focus on developing new materials that can replace expensive materials, and they are earth abundant. Both nickel and phosphorus are earth abundant, not like platinum or iridium oxides. So the idea is, as you keep looking for new materials, I have belief that one day we will make a material that's as good as platinum, if not better, and produce hydrogen at a much cheaper cost. I don't know how many of you know how much hydrogen is produced every year. Maybe you don't care about it, right? You don't use hydrogen, you don't eat hydrogen, so why do you care? I'll tell you the number. Every year we produce 82 million metric tons of hydrogen. You know how much cost it is? $287 billion. That is the amount of hydrogen that we produce every year. And that is the reason why we work here, to make that more productive, more cheaper. All right? I hope I gave you some idea about sustainability and making hydrogen economy much better for India. With that, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to talk to you all. I'm sorry I could have done a much better one, but I'm also time conscious like you are. So I understand. Sitting there, I'm sure you also want the session to end right now and have a cup of tea. However, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The session is open for discussion.
I interested generation of hydrogen. So one way is electrocatalytic, to replace the material like nickel sulfide.
No, replace platinum.
Platinum.
To replace platinum, yes.
Acha.
Yeah.
So now it is the time to think also catalysis by sunlight.
Right. Photocatalysis.
Photocatalysis.
Yeah.
So this is one of the good way as compared to electrocatalytic.
No, I don't completely agree with that. Anyone knows what is the efficiency of photosynthesis? Plants do photosynthesis, right, from using solar energy. Does anyone know what the efficiency of that process is?
So less than 30%.
No, sir. It's less than 2%. So using solar energy, the problem with solar energy is you have too many wavelengths. So only a particular wavelength will be good. So you lose all the energy from the other wavelengths. So unless you have a material that has a multi-band gap, so that can absorb all wavelengths of the sun, you will not be able to improve the efficiency. I don't know if I answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, asking. You are correct. It's less than 4. Yeah. Many people think nature is a wonderful thing, but it's not really always true. Photosynthesis, a lot of people think, oh, nature does a wonderful job. Even nature has problems. Yes, sir. Wonderful question, sir. I really appreciate that question. The question is, why did I choose nickel phosphides? Why not other compounds? I was motivated by 3 factors, which I did not tell you. Number 1 is, there are certain enzymes that are very good in breaking water and make hydrogen. When we look at the cofactors of the enzymes, we find a little bit of nickel, iron, cobalt, and phosphorus. That was number 1. Number 2 is, I want to make a robust material. Nickel phosphide is one of the robust materials known to humans. You know where it is used? It's used as a paint in the ships. The black paint that you see under the ships is from nickel phosphide. So when your ship goes into the sea, there's no corrosion, nothing happens to nickel phosphide. Very strong material. The third thing is, it is cheap compared to platinum. The only problem I have is nickel is an environmental toxin. So our group is now working to take nickel and put some iron. Thank you for asking that question, sir. Wonderful question.
Good morning, sir. Sir, may I?
Sure, please.
Sir, I just want to ask you that can we have some renewable material instead of this nickel or nickel sulfide or phosphate? Can we have some renewable material which can give that, take that situation so that we will not have that problem of, means it will be over, na? It will be finished, that nickel sulfide or phosphide which is used. So what if we use some renewable material which can be carried out throughout?
Yeah. In fact, this is a renewable because it's not being consumed. This is a catalyst, right? As a catalyst material, it is never consumed. It only facilitates the turnovers. So the only problem is, what temperature does it require to make nickel phosphide? That is what the industry will always look for. Industry doesn't want any process that goes above 400 degrees Celsius. If a material takes more than 400 degrees Celsius, you forget about that material. It is not going to be commercialized. Okay? So when I was choosing nickel phosphide, to answer that gentleman's question in the back, we were trying to make nickel phosphides below 400. Because we know there are so many nickel phosphides that you can make at 1,000 degrees. We didn't take any one of those because we know it is not sustainable. Okay. Madam, that's a wonderful question. Thank you for asking.
Thank you, everyone. We'll end with the Q&A session.
Now I request Professor R.V. Gurav sir to present Certificate of Appreciation to Professor Dr. Kandalam Ramanujacharya sir. request Dr. Asavari Jadhav ma'am to felicitate Professor R.V. Gurav sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Kandalam sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to start with the first invite talk session. The speaker for this talk is Professor Mood Yazid bin Yad, sir. The session will be chaired over by Professor K.M. Garadkar, sir, Department of Chemistry. I request the chairperson and the speaker to kindly come up on stage.
TikTok. Topic tak. Next speaker is Professor Muhammad Yaji bin Yaha from University of Malaysia. His topic is reinforced thermoplastic composite as a future green and sustainable materials. So I will read out a brief biodata of Professor Muhammad Yaha. He is basically current position is Director, Center for Advanced Composite Materials, right from 23 to present. As well, he has headed the department, Applied Mechanics and Design, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. So, I will give a brief his academic career. He has completed PhD. PhD in composite, in particular, University of Liverpool, United Kingdom. And he has also completed MPL, University of Technology, Malaysia. In particular, one of the significant achievement, at that time, 1989, he has completed BSc and directly joined to MPL. It is a 4-year BSc degree. Yes, he has presented many patents, in particular 2. He has, most of the time, he has committed scientific committee, organizing committee, chairman of conferences, and many more. To his credit, more than 100 papers, and with a H index of 30, he is one of the renowned scientists in material science. I will request Yaha to deliver his talk on reinforced thermoplastic composite as a future green and sustainable materials.
20 minutes enough. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Very good afternoon to everyone, all academicians, fellow researcher, and industrial partner. And special thank the organizer to support and provide me attend this conference. My work is designing sustainable composite to withstand blast, force, by experimental study only, not the final element, because the final element is quite complex to analyze the high velocity, high strain rate. Okay. From previous speaker, Dr. Chandrika, very impressive, talking about the military defense. One of the material is the composite material. But I will share the composite material itself, how to protect the explosive and ballistic and so on. Okay. Okay, again, my name is MOHD is Muhammad. Muhammad. My name is Yazid. You can call me Yazid. This first name. Okay. I am a director, Center for Advanced Composite Material. Okay, and COE, Center of Excellence in my university. Okay. Okay. What else? Oh, sorry, I will share the. Okay, this is my area, composite, impact, blast. You remember the blast, ballistic, focus on the defense technology, defense industry. Also the pressure vessel, piping, by composite material. And then fiber metal laminate is very good for the future. And then we focus on also the natural fiber composite because the environmental issue and so on. Okay, and the last is interlaminar fracture. Because here is the piping. For the new material is basalt and so on. Okay. For 1 or 2 minutes, I will introduce the UTM, University Technology Malaysia, and then our center. At the second, we focus, we deliver the response polymer composite to blast loading. And then what is the challenge, what is the limitation, and the last is the conclusion. Okay, my area, my location. We had UTM have 3 campus. So the main campus is Johor Bahru, near to Singapore. So southern part of Malaysia. Okay. Okay. This branch is UTM Kuala Lumpur. Okay, very nice place. Normally international student like going to Kuala Lumpur compared to Johor Bahru. Because of the very good, very nice city, so on. Okay, this is our campus, 1,145 hectare. Okay, this is similar to CYG University, similar. So the 1,140 hectare, and then this is the UTM Kuala Lumpur, our branch. You can see here the Twin Tower, Twin Tower. Okay, very nice place. Okay, we have 13 faculties. 13 faculties. So all the engineering, about 60% engineering. So and the rest, like the new faculty is Faculty of Artificial Intelligence. So everybody mentioned of the AI nowadays. So our faculties start 2 years ago. Faculty of Artificial Intelligence. Okay, this is the academic staff. We have 1,500 academic staff. Okay, and then the undergraduate is 21,000. And then we have all the international students, about 5,000 international students, and then the postgraduate about 9,000. Okay, this is the activities. Okay, every semester, every year, the activities for the international student. You can see here, the most international student is from China nowadays. Maybe the China, normally China going to US. I'm not sure that now the maybe conflict, whatever, politicians so on. So nowadays the China going to the South Asia, like Malaysia. And then India is number 12, so I think increased from the Indian undergraduate 20 and the postgraduate 72 from India. Right? Okay, we have now currently we have 153 ranking. Okay, this is my center. My Center for Advanced Composite Material. Okay, we have established start 1995, and then now we have the Center for Excellence start 2015. Okay, we have 11 members, full members, concentrate on the research composite material. Okay. So we have this is the niche area, green composite. We focus now on green composite, advanced manufacturing, additive manufacturing. There's extreme environment like ballistic, impact, and explosive. And the last is low carbon, carbon capture. Carbon capture. Okay, so far we have the funding about 5 million from industry and government. Okay, we have 6 MOU. One from, I can't remember, TKU, Dr. Elias, where TKU? Is Kerala, I'm not sure. Okay, one of the LOC is from India, Kerala. And then we have our center, after the postgraduate, and then the citation about 10,000 and 171 publication 2025, the achievement. Okay, this is the facilities in our center. We have all the impact, all the mechanical properties, testing, filament winding. I think filament winding is from India, the filament winding machine. We bought from India. We have the ballistic and so on. Okay, there's the activities last year, just show 1 or 2 activities. So one activity is, okay, we produce the boat composite, okay, one of the river in Sarawak, Malaysia part of the Sarawak. We produce 10 boat, composite boat, and then the one called electric vehicle boat. Okay, electric vehicle boat. Okay. And then another one is main cage. Okay, this is successful from design and production and testing. Okay, this remember 2 are from Shivaji University, Dr. Himraj. Okay, Dr. Himraj and Pro Sagar came to our center last year. Okay. Okay, why the composite? Okay, maybe everybody know why the composite very interesting now. The demand of the composite because of lightweight, because the lightweight, high strength to weight ratio, corrosion normally for the marine industry, very good corrosion. Okay, and then high impact for automotive, aircraft and so on. And the design flexibility. This is a good advantage of the composite material. Okay, you can see here the Airbus, the new Airbus, almost 50% now by composite material. You can see here, carbon CFRP is the carbon fiber. The fuselage or the carbon fiber, flat is the fiber metal laminate glass. And then so on. Normal is the, you can see CFRP, all the part of aircraft. Almost 50% is from carbon fiber. Okay, why I focus on the blast loading because of that. Okay, normally the building or the wall, and then the aircraft. Because sometimes the terrorist attack and so on. Okay, very important. I study the composite materials respond to under blast loading. Okay, this strategic the case is 1988. This is the start. Why we study the composite material? Start happened in 1988. Almost 200 people, okay, died. From what they call it investigation, they use the plastic explosive in aircraft. Okay, from that case, one of the researcher Fletcher design the cargo from the traditional is aluminium, and then now focus on glass. Glass is the glass. Glass, the inside is fiberglass, and the outside is aluminium. That one called fiber metal laminate. Very good potential, so to withstand the blast loading. Okay, the 2025, I checked from journal, one of the members from China, case study for the wall, by this the concrete, and then support by composite material, and then they tested to the 2025. Okay. Okay, I show you the experimental technique. We have, I think, 5 the experimental technique for the blast loading. One is the one called pressure blow down. I think it's the University of Liverpool, my place study. No, my place. I study at the University of Liverpool. So this is the one type of experimental, the one called pressure blow down. Okay. Another one is the short tube. It's popular in US, I think University of Rhode Island. Okay, this is the sample here, and then the wave from here by explosive, and then the short wave. This is the short tube. Okay, you can see here the security diagram. Okay, this another one is from China, I think. Impact testing with soft projectile. Okay, so this is my postdoc, in 2017. So from this project, we produced one paper, good Q1 paper. Okay, another one. Okay, this the happen from the projectile. You can see the effect, either the metric cracking, the failure, indentation, and so on. This is the Kevlar. This is the Kevlar material, very good for defense. Okay, and Aurora is, I think, Imperial College. So focus on full-scale composite in the field. Okay, the last is ballistic pendulum. I think I can't remember, one of the researcher from India, I think, focus on ballistic pendulum. This is a ballistic pendulum, very interesting. My project is using the ballistic pendulum also in South Africa. Okay, so the explosive here, and then the sample here, and then the ballistic. How to measure the ballistic. Okay, this is the explosive. So on. Okay, this is the blast wave. Okay, I can explain the blast wave. Just show the behavior of the graph. The blast wave. Okay, the researcher from others researcher in the world like South Africa, UK. Can't remember, China, India, Iraq, I think, and the last is Australia. So many researchers focus on the blast loading. Okay, I want to show you. You see the effect. If the explosive, the distance of the explosive, the effect of the failure. Okay, I have 4 projects for blast loading. One is the polymer composite laminate. Okay, I show you just simple carbon fiber and glass fiber. PEI is the thermoplastic. We have the thermoplastic, we have the thermoset resin matrix. So we compare this carbon fiber, glass fiber, and then thermoplastic and thermoset matrix. Okay. Okay, this is the failure. You can see here, glass fiber is better than the glass fiber, and this is the carbon fiber. So meaning the glass fiber is better than carbon fiber for the blast loading. Okay, okay, the example, effect of, for example, 1 gram and 4 gram to 6 gram. So the failure is very, what I call it, expressive, from here to here. You can see here, the failure just 1 gram or 2 gram. So the structure failure is different. Okay, this is the carbon fiber from 7 impulse to 9 impulse. You can see the failure, interlaminar failure or fiber failure. Okay, this is the behavior glass fiber. Okay, you can see here from 6 impulse to 9 impulse. This is the carbon fiber. Okay, I can just speed. All right, this is the typical of failure. Okay, you can see the shear failure, the bonding fiber, and the fiber fracture and so on. Okay, that one, based on carbon fiber and glass fiber, doesn't have any issue, either epoxy or PEI, thermoset or thermoplastic. Okay. Okay, I explained before, the glass fiber is often superior to compared to carbon fiber. Okay, another project is sandwich structure. Sandwich is comparison between aluminium and glass fiber, the face sheet, and the inside is the honeycomb. Honeycomb. Okay, you can see here the behavior is the failure for the aluminium honeycomb compared to glass honeycomb. Sorry, excuse. All right, I just show very short in conclusion here. All right. Okay, you can see here the effect of the thickness, the effect between 13 and 30 thickness. You can see the different failure and energy absorption. All right, just very short explanation here. This is the conclusion is, again, glass fiber reinforced skin is better than aluminium skin. Then again the failure mechanism, the core crushing, fiber fracture, and so on. Okay, here the thicker core is often superior compared to the thinner core. Okay, this is a good project. My PhD student focus on fiber metal laminate. Okay, the meaning the inside the glass fiber, the outside is aluminium. So different stacking sequence. Okay, you can see the final element and the experimental is similar. So my student take 4 years to develop the final element analysis. And now the graduate, the student is from Iran. Iran, they have a good knowledge on final element. Okay, you can see here the similar experimental and numerical. All right, I just show you another project. The last project is balsa. You remember what is the balsa fiber? Balsa fiber is the mineral fiber. That one called natural fiber, but the mineral fiber from here, volcano. You can see the balsa rock and then fabric. So the material is from China, and I think China and Russia have this material, balsa fiber. Okay, and then you can see the mechanical properties very good compared to others. Okay, compared to S-glass, you go for the military, but balsa fiber is better in terms of strength and so on. Okay, this is very good project because the different curve, different dimension and curve, either flat and different radius here. Okay, you can see here the failure, effect of the stand of distance, effect of the mesh. Mesh is TNT, we use the TNT. Okay, effect of thickness. And then from here you will have you put the strain gauge here to get the measurement. What is the strain? And then this is the failure. You can see the failure mechanism of the curve and so on. Okay, either fiber breakage, either matrix failure, and debonding and so on. Okay, the conclusion, the thickness, okay, the resistance very good, improve. Radius curvature decrease the feature effect of the deformation mechanism. Okay, this is the failure happen for the structure. Okay, what is the challenge? The challenge is difficult to measure. This is very challenge because the blast explosive is the strain rate or the velocity is more than 2,000 to 4,000 meter per second. So very challenge how to get to measure and so on. The second part is accurate material properties to for modeling. This is another issue. Okay, that's why from journal we don't have any researcher focus on final element because they're quite difficult to get the mechanical properties during the dynamic behavior. Okay, this is the crucial part. Okay, thank you for our collaborator with South Africa, and then from China. Okay, thank you for the attention.
Thank you, sir. The floor is open for discussion.
So no question.
We would expect 1 or 2 questions.
I will ask one question. So it is basically, there are 2 materials. One is polymer,
Okay.
epoxy,
Oh yeah.
and fiber metal.
Yep. Okay. Uh-huh.
So which is the best one? Epoxy?
The epoxy is the thermoset. Thermoset, the problem is cannot recycle. Okay. Another one is thermoplastic. It's also good for recycling and so on. But for the properties, epoxy is better than thermoplastic. So that's why for the aircraft application, still using the epoxy resin. Okay. And then FML become popular because we have the composite brittle, carbon fiber is brittle. So and the metal is ductile material. So the combination is very good for performance, mechanical properties, and so on. That's why the FML become increased research on FML. Okay.
What is the percentage of metal and epoxy?
Other than epoxy?
Percentage.
Normally the 50-50. 50% fiber, 50% epoxy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor K.M. Garadkar, sir, to say a few words and conclude the session.
Professor Yazid has given wonderful lecture on composite material, in particularly ballistic application. Yes, I would like to felicitate by giving certificate and memento.
I request Professor S.S. Chauhan, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor K.M. Garadkar, sir. Before starting with the second talk, I would like to announce that the participants of the SUK Shark Tank Cum Innovation Hackathon to kindly submit their presentations, and even the poster competition presentations. The posters can be published at the Rajmata Jizamata Hall. So kindly proceed with that. Participants, please proceed with the posters.
We are now moving towards the second talk of the day. The speaker for this talk is Dr. Mahesh Suryavamshi sir from University of South Wales, Australia. This session will be chaired over by Professor S.S. Chauhan sir, Head of Chemistry Department. I invite Professor S.S. Chauhan sir to take a charge and continue.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. So now the next lecture will be delivered by Dr. Mahesh Suryavanshi. Presently, he is working in the University of South Wales, Australia. So actually, Dr. Mahesh is the alumni of this university, and right now he is working in University of New South Wales. So Dr. Mahesh Suryavanshi is concerned, he is a ARC fellow and lecturer in the School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy Engineering in New South Wales, Sydney. Dr. Mahesh is graduated with BSc in Physics in 2008 from the Shivaji University, Kolhapur, followed by MSc in Physics in 2010, where he is supervised by the Professor P.S. Patil, also at the Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has always keen interest in contributing the renewable energy field. He then joined the PhD at the Shivaji University in 2011 and moved to the Chonnam National University, South Korea, under the Doctoral Exchange Program from 2012 to 2015. So after graduating in 2015, he was then awarded the Brain Korea Fellowship to continue his postdoctoral research work with Professor Jim Hwa Kim at the Chonnam National University, South Korea. He started a solar fuels research subgroups with Professor Kim to investigate the Earth-abounder photoelectrodes and catalyst for solar-driven hydrogen generation in In June 2019, he joined the SPRI University of New South Wales, Sydney as a postdoctoral fellow to develop new PV materials as a top cells for SI with Professor Zhang Hong and Professor Martin Green. So Professor Mahesh, Dr. Mahesh is expertise in the nanocrystalline quantum dots, solution processed thin films, inorganic thin film solar cells, solar-driven hydrogen generation, and electrocatalysis. He has completed the several research projects. So before that, I have mentioned that is he has completed PhD and MSc from Shivaji University. So during his academic career, he received the many awards, particularly for the ARC fellowships in 2018, Brainful fellowships from South Korea, and Conclave scholarship from the Shivaji University, Kolhapur. His research activities concerned, he is an expert in nanocrystalline quantum dots, energy applications, and electrocatalysis. So with this few brief introduction of the Dr. Mahesh, now I request to the Mahesh to deliver his talk to the before the audience.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello. Okay. Great. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I know can be a bit difficult to hear me now because especially this is a lunch time in India. I'll try to keep it minimum short, very concise, and really very informative. So bear with me. Before I start, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Delekar sir, also Dr. Hemraj Yadav, for inviting me to present what we are doing at UNSW Sydney, Australia. And also, I would like to congratulate all members from the organizing committee for arranging such a really very wonderful conclave where academia, industry, and government come together to do something meaningful or impactful things that are really very useful for the society. Right? And this is what I will try to do today as well. And again, of course, I'm really very grateful for all of you because being a Shivaji University alumni, coming here every year to give what we are doing or give a kind of like research updates at such a good university is really nice and wonderful thing. So before I start, I would like to give you a brief idea about UNSW. The reason you will understand quite nicely, and also, sorry. Okay, so what you see here is, of course, Sydney Opera House. I'm pretty sure every one of you must know about it. This is our school, School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy Engineering. And what you see here is all silicon solar panel. And now, the thing is, all these silicon solar panel are or whatever the invention or the major breakthroughs that has been happened with these silicon solar panels or simply photovoltaic panels came from this particular school, which is School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy Engineering. And that's why I said, being at such a really, really wonderful university and being at such a really, really wonderful department is an immense opportunity for me. So that today I'm here to present those updates. So a brief introduction about UNSW. UNSW stands for University of New South Wales. Short form is UNSW. We do have two different campuses, one in Sydney, another one is Canberra, which is famous for defense applications, whereas the campus in Sydney is famous for all other different schools and faculties, right? So we do have total different 9 faculties, including engineering, science, medical, biomedical, and so many. And UNSW Engineering is one of that faculty. So before you hear about these particular schools in this UNSW Engineering faculty, let me tell you about UNSW ranking. So UNSW ranks 19 in the world in 2025 QS University ranking, which is nothing but top 20, right? And it stands second in Australia, whereas it stands first in Australia for engineering and technology. And on top of that, UNSW is really, really very famous in Australia and also worldwide for being a startup university of the year. So last year, UNSW got an award of Startup University of the Year. The reason because UNSW has a policy where they encourage each and every faculty or even a postdoc or even a PhD researchers to actually translate the impactful research that they usually do in the lab to at least a commercialization or pre-commercialization stage. And our university has a lot more facilities, a lot more support to translate those lab scale outcomes into actual commercialization technology. So last year UNSW has spun out about 45 companies. They can be either pre-commercialization stage or even at a really, really pre-commercialization stage to up to commercialization state. And most of those companies have attracted funding. It can be non-diluting or diluting funding up to $1 million or over $1 million. So you can see the impactful research that has been carried out in UNSW since long time back. And now if you see the UNSW Engineering School, you see a lot of different schools, right? School of Chemical Engineering or Chemical Sciences and Engineering is one of the best and world-leading school when it comes to the chemical engineering technology. Then you see a School of Minerals and Energy Sources Engineering. This is also one of the leading school in Australia, also worldwide. The reason because Australia is really, really very famous for mining technologies. And when you see a School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy Engineering, which is where I'm based at, this is one of its first school or one of its kind school in the world. You don't see any school or anywhere in the world or at any university with such a name of School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy Engineering. And there is a really, really huge story behind it. I'm not going to tell you whole story, but I'll tell you why. Okay? So the school was established by Professor Martin Green, and Professor Martin Green is one of the world-leading scientists when it comes to the silicon photovoltaic panels. So whatever panels you see outside on a rooftop of the buildings, on industries, everywhere, those all panels invention or major breakthroughs came from Professor Martin Green and all of his students. So that professor decided to found this school, School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy Engineering, where we offer degrees specialized in photovoltaic engineering and also different aspects of renewable energy engineering. And now, so this school is really very famous, not only for silicon technology. Professor Martin Green started research in silicon photovoltaic technology back in 1980s with about 6% efficiency by him and his students. And then continuing that research for several decades, 30 years, 40 years, his lab and his team was able to achieve record efficiency about 21% back in 2002. And then one of his students, Dr. Xingron Ji, he went back, he was one of his earliest PhD students. He and his wife, they went back to China and then took that technology to China and they started a company. Company name is Suntech. And that was one of the first company manufacturing the silicon photovoltaics. And Dr. Xingron Ji became a solar billionaire in 2012 by simply selling those silicon photovoltaic cells all around the world. And now you can imagine why we do have really, really very specialized school of photovoltaic and renewable energy engineering. And this doesn't stop here. So it's not only about silicon photovoltaic engineering. So you name the generation of solar cells, It can be either first generation, which is silicon, second, third. We have either hold the world record, or we held the world record for all of those silicon, all of those solar cell technologies, right? It can be perovskite solar cell technology, it can be inorganic copper zinc tin sulfide, or it can be copper indium gallium sulfide, or it can be even really very recent antimony sulfide solar cell technologies. And that's what all about School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy Engineering. And now what I'm going to do today is I'll talk a little bit about what I'm doing with my team, and then how we took that idea to a spin-out company. And I think this is what you are here to listen it, right? I see that we have mixed audience, some from industry, some the faculties, and I see a lot of PhD students or master students, right? So what I will try to do is, rather than explaining the research in really very detail, I'll try to give you an idea how we started doing the research, how we find out the pathways on one particular problem, and then at the end, how we got an idea to start our company. And I will stop. I'll try to be on time. I will try to finish in the next 20 minutes. So, before that, we need to understand why silicon photovoltaic technology. So, just a brief introduction about, if you see this particular graph, where you can see the terawatt energy that is being generated by different countries using this global energy demand, right? So, as you can see, the more progress we do, more electricity consumption we require, right? Or we consume a lot more electricity. So that means if we want to avoid the global warming or to avoid the CO2 emission into the environment, we need to find out an alternative renewable energy sources. And now this is what you see, photovoltaic panel cumulative capacity worldwide. So if you see the recent number or the recent year 2024, this cumulative capacity in the world is reaching almost close to 1800 gigawatt. Which is really amazing, and which is really nice. Now the reason why we are achieving this kind of milestone is because, again, I would like to thank Professor Martin Green. Because of his extensive research from last 30 to 40 years, the prices of silicon solar cell are really very cheap now. It's not only because of him, but it's also because of the industries all over the world, mainly in China, dominating this photovoltaic market. And luckily, and we are really very fortunate, the industries like Reliance Industries or Adani's or even Tata Power or even the Raise and Solar have already entered into this market, even though we are a bit behind this, the different companies in China. When it comes to the advanced technology, we are still making a progress, and hopefully even in India, we people, I mean to say a common people will be able to afford the photovoltaic panels to install on your rooftop houses in next 4 to 5 years, or probably in a decade. So this is about why we need to work on photovoltaics, or why we need to implement or adopt this photovoltaic technology, just to make environment more greener and avoid CO2 emission into the environment. And now I'll come to a topic where you might ask me a question. If the silicon photovoltaic panels has already been commercialized, then what's the point of doing more research on this particular technology, right? Obvious question from each and everyone. But then if you see this picture, you see that there is a huge damage on this one particular panel, not a panel, on a cell. And these silicon solar panels are made up of these tiny cells, either arranged in parallel or series. You might have learned this in your undergrad or even in your master's, right? So now, this kind of particular damage, this damage doesn't come from the cell itself, right? When you see the silicon panels, it has a kind of like some structure. We call it as a kind of like sandwich structure, where we do have a backsheet. It can be either made up of a polymer material, or it can be a glass. And then there is another one polymer layer, and then this kind of cell. And then there is another one polymer layer to avoid the degradation of this kind of cell from the environment, and there is a glass at the top, right? So now, when you say this kind of degradation into these panels, people have studied these silicon panels now from more than 40 years. And people have realized that the lifetime or the lifespan of these panels can be from 25 to 30 years. So now when you say lifespan is 25 to 30 years, where this kind of degradation happens, or where this kind of the cracks or the performance decrement happens in these silicon photovoltaics. So if you go and talk to a solar installer, they will tell you that when you install a silicon panels on a rooftop houses or on an industry rooftop, they will tell you that the performance might go down by 1% in the initial year or in the first year, and then it might go down by 0.2 or 0.3% another year, and then it goes and stabilizes in the first 5 years, and then there is no further decrement. So when you see the lifetime 25 to 30 years, that lifetime depends on not only the silicon cell or the silicon cells arranged in the series structure. It comes from the either glass or the polymer layer that people uses or the company uses on the top of that cell. And now this is the issue. People have found out, not even academic people, even in the industry people, and a lot more industries or a lot more the academics are putting a lot more focus on trying to solve this one particular problem in so many different ways. On top of that, if you try to understand the silicon photovoltaic panels or silicon photovoltaic technology, now the panels that you get into market, their efficiencies are somewhere around 20 to 23%, again depending on what kind of panels you are using. But if you see the lab cell efficiency of these kind of silicon cells, that efficiency is somewhere around 26.7%, roughly you can assume roughly about 26%. And the theoretical efficiency that we can get from this kind of panel is about 27%. So whole these efforts, research efforts from last 30 to 40 years have increased the performance of these silicon panels. The efficiency in terms of efficiency is now almost close to its theoretical efficiency now. And when you achieve a theoretical efficiency limits, there is no way that you can still improve the efficiency of these panels. And now, if you really want to adopt this technology on a really wide scale, 27% efficiency is not enough. So now what people are trying to do? People are trying to improve the efficiency of these panels in so many different ways. One way is putting a different layers or different solar cell on the top of this silicon technology. And that concept is called as tandem solar cell. And what is tandem solar cell? Consider it as a sandwich or double layer sandwich. Maybe top layer is your paneer, really nice and tasty, and the down layer probably a potato layer, right? So consider this down layer as a potato, which has achieved a theoretical efficiency limit of 27%. And now we are putting a paneer on the top of it to absorb more sunlight, which silicon is not able to absorb, so that we get the dual benefits of absorbing entire spectrum of sunlight. So that is one of the way. But now the problem is when you are going for a tandem solar cell, we don't have a lot of materials available to achieve a lot more efficiency, right? One of the best material that people are studying these days is perovskite solar cell. I'm pretty sure those faculties, those who are doing research, they are aware of it. But the problem with perovskite solar cell technology is that either those perovskite solar cell are not really very stable, or they contain really very toxic materials such as lead. And it might take several years to either stabilize them or get rid of lead into it so that we can commercially adopt them. That is one of the reasons. And what we are trying to do is exactly opposite. Another reason behind the tandem cell technology not being so commercialized even at this stage is because if you want to make a tandem solar cell, you have to again go back and consider the baseline, the industry baseline for making a silicon solar cell technology as well, right? Because it's not easy. Again, I would like to give you the example of making a double layer sandwich, right? When you are making a double layer sandwich, you have to make sure that the interface between first layer and second layer should be really nice, right? Otherwise, we are not going to enjoy this sandwich. Same goes with this, the tandem technology in reality as well. If the interface between silicon and the new materials is not really nice, we cannot even get efficiency even close to 27%. So that means it's really very hard to actually achieve really very high efficiency, and at the same time commercialize it. And now this is the solution, or this is the gap we are trying to bridge by not changing the silicon solar cell commercial manufacturing line. We are using the same commercial manufacturing line, but what we are trying to do is rather than putting completely different layer, we are using same technology, but the polymer layer that is prone to oxidation, and which is why you see these kind of cracks into the cell technology. We are trying to bridge, or we are trying to improve the properties of those polymer layer into this cell. So that means using our technology, people or the industry, they don't need to change their entire manufacturing line or fabrication line. They have to just incorporate our additional layer, and that's it. And they might get a more improved efficiency. And this is what I will talk about today. So just to give you that brief idea why we need to work on this kind of technology. So this is what I was talking about. This EVA is nothing but that polymer layer which is being used on the top of the cell. So when we test this EVA layer with accelerated UV aging, then you can see that there is a complete yellow yellowing of this EVA layer under the UV light, right? And if you try to understand the solar spectrum, this is where the UV light is available. So what is the problem with this EVA layer? The EVA layer, it absorbs the UV light from the solar spectrum, whereas the silicon cell mainly absorbs from this visible region up to the IR region, right? So what happens, constant exposure of sunlight, especially the UV light on this cell, damages the EVA layer that is available in this silicon panel, right? And then after several years of the exposure, the EVA layer becomes yellowish, so that means there is a degradation of the EVA into several different chemical components, and that actually impacts your overall cell performance, right? And this is the gap we are trying to bridge. And another one region that we are trying to work on this technology is that if you try to see this particular region, the silicon cell are really, really very bad when it comes to sunlight absorption in this particular region, right? The reason because silicon has a band gap of about one electron volt. So that means it will mainly absorb the sunlight either in the visible region or near IR region or in the IR region. So that means silicon will not be able to effectively absorb this particular region. Now you can try to understand what we can do, right? We can invent such a technology where we can avoid the degradation of this polymer layer, and also we can effectively absorb this particular wavelength, right? Particular wavelength of the sunlight, which is nothing but the UV light. And we can do one thing, Marathi मध्ये मन आहे, एका पक्षामध्ये एका दगडामध्ये दोन पक्षी, right? So that means you can invent a technology, or you can use a technology which will avoid degradation of the EVA, but at the same time improve the UV light absorption capacity of this whole cell. And this is what we are trying to do, or we have done it on a commercialization, in a pre-commercialization stage. And so now you can see this particular picture from NREL, which is nothing but the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the US, one of the really, really very famous laboratory when it comes to the renewable energy technologies. And even the NREL researchers have also warned about high UV-induced degradation in N-type solar modules, right? So that means this is an existing problem in this silicon industry, right? And it's not only us, it's also the NREL, and it's also a lot of industry working on manufacturing or selling this particular technology. So we got a problem, now we wanted to find out a solution. Right? So what can be a solution for this particular technology? Of course, no any technology can be commercialized or can be spun out as a company without consistent efforts, right? Even though you see a picture of these quantum dots, there has been a lot of years of research has been done on quantum dot technology, might be 20 years, 30 years, even 40 years or more than that. And recent Nobel Prize went to quantum confinement effect for a team of 3 scientists. And that particular effect was, even though it was for a quantum confinement effect, it was mainly for a quantum dot technology that you can consider, right? So why quantum dot we are working? I have been working on a quantum dot technology since my PhD, even though it was not directly related to what we are doing now, but it gave me a base. Why I'm trying to tell you is that because I see a lot of students at the back. So try to understand that not any technology is an overnight success, right? It's a long-term efforts and it's a consistent efforts. So I started my PhD on a quantum dot technology, and till today, almost 13-14 years, we are still working on quantum dots. So try to understand the intensity or the consistent efforts, not only me, but a lot of different people. So why quantum dots? Because when you go at a quantum dot scale or really, really very nanometer scale, then the intrinsic properties of the materials can be changed. And how it can be changed? So just to give you a brief idea, so this is the same material, but when you change the size of those simple materials or particles to nanometer layer, you see a different emissions from the same material. The reason because we are tuning the properties of those material. It can be either electrical properties or photonic properties or even optical properties when we go down or when we go up in the sizes. And that's why we were really, really very curious on using those quantum dot technology. As I promised, not going to go in detail, just to give you a brief idea. So when you see a title, why downshifting and quantum dots, right? I explain about quantum dots. I'll tell you a little bit about downshifting. Again, if you try to see this one, it will give you a similar idea of what I explained in earlier slide. Different technologies of solar cell absorb different regions of the sun's solar spectrum, right? And there is a silicon as well, which you see somewhere. But then why downshifting and down conversion? Again, try to understand this concept. Really, really very important concept. Those who wants to step in this particular research. So downshifting is nothing but your material absorb the photons or your material absorb the sunlight. So if they are absorbing one photon, they will just give you one photon, okay, as an emission. And that emission is nothing but it will give you some kind of color depending on where that photon is emitted, right? So where I say where the photon is emitted, if it is somewhere around 680 nanometer or 700 nanometer, you end up getting this kind of color. Otherwise, if your material emits somewhere around 300 or 320 or somewhere around 400, it will give you a color of blue emission, okay? And that goes on. You will understand that in a textbook as well. And now in the ideal case or in a theory, when that material absorbs one photon and gives you one photon out, in reality, it has to be a really, really long shift. So that means if your material is absorbing, let's say, a wavelength of 400 nanometer, and if it is emitting in 400 nanometer, so that means you are not going to get anything out, right? Because the photons will recombine. So that means we are not going to get any photoluminescence quantum field, right? Photoluminescence quantum field is nothing but the efficiency of this color, in a really, really simple words. So more the color, more the PLQI. So in reality, if we have one photon incoming and one photon outgoing, and if we have a decent Stokes shift, so that means we are going to get close to 100% quantum field. We call it as a unity. But there is another one really, really interesting concept of down conversion. And in down conversion, it can be a similar material or can be a different material depending on, again, the properties of those materials. What it does is it absorbs the sunlight. That means one photon going in and then two photons going out, or more than two photons. And that is nothing but the down conversion. That concept is also called as quantum cutting, kind of like a really very new words. And why this particular technology is gaining attention? That's because if it is absorbing, or if there is a one photon going in and if it is emitting two photons, so try to understand that the impact of that photon going in and going out, right? So especially when it comes to the silicon technology, if you are giving two additional photons to the panels, so that means the efficiency of that panels might go higher, at least by 1.5 times or 2 times in a theory. And in this case, this photoluminescence quantum field can be over 100%. So that means the purity of the color and the efficiency of the color might be really, really very nice compared to downshifting phenomena. But even though I explained this in a really simple words, achieving this in reality is very difficult or close to impossible. Even though I said close to impossible, there have been some reports on reporting down conversion phenomena and so many different materials. The problem with those materials, they are either really, really very unstable, or achieving that consistent PLQI over 100% or two photon emission again and again, I mean reproducibility is really, really very hard to achieve. And that's why the existing concept of downshifting, this is what we are trying to harvest. And this is what all about our research. So what we did is we took one example of perovskite quantum dots. I know that they are not stable, but research is all about finding one problem or one material or one technology and try to improve it, right? And this is what we did. So what we did is we took one of the example of CCM lead chloride material, where we incorporated two different materials or two different dopants so that we get a different emission. As I said, right, why we were only focused on getting this kind of emission, that's because the silicon cell absorbs this particular light in really, really good efficiency. So as you can see, the bare material, which is CCM lead chloride, give you the blue emission. So that means when it absorbs the sunlight, it will emit a blue light. But that blue light, even though it's a good for us to improve the cell efficiency, it's not really good when it comes to the EVA layer. Okay, that's because EVA is prone to degradation when it absorbs the UV light or the blue light, right? So what we did is we added two different elements, which is terbium and the manganese, so that we can tune this emission into visible region somewhere around 594 nanometer, right? So that means what it does is when you use these kind of quantum dots into UV layer, it absorbs the UV light. So that means if this material is absorbing the UV light, we are trying to avoid the degradation of the UV layer itself. but then it's emitting in the visible region. So that means we are getting more and more light in the visible region where the silicon absorbs really, really very efficiently. So that means we avoided the degradation of the UV layer, but at the same time we gave a lot more light to the silicon. So that's why there is an improvement in the efficiency of the silicon panels or the cell, and at the same time we saw a little less degradation of the UV layer. So as I promised, I'm not going to go into detail of this SEM images and XRD, blah, blah, blah. But what I will show you is just try to understand this particular concept. So pure material gave us a PLQI about only 0.5. Again, I will not tell you why we got only 0.5%. Just in short term, when you make any materials, if you don't make the materials in a good quality, we do have a lot of defects, either on a surface or in the bulk, right? So that's why the PLQI is really very less. But when you try to make that material in a good way, so when we say try to make that material in a good way, is nothing but we do a lot of different processing on that material. Either it can be adding this kind of metals into it, or maybe putting some kind of ligands on the top of it. When it comes to the material science, we make that material more and more better. So in our case, what we did is we put the manganese as a dopant, and that efficiency was improved a little bit more high. And then when we fine-tune the ratio between this lead and the manganese, the efficiency went to 60%. And that's how we carried out the research, and we were able to improve the efficiency, but also at the same time achieve the downshifting phenomena. Okay? And again, downshifting is nothing but absorbing the lower wavelength and emitting in the higher wavelength, okay? Or absorbing the higher energy and emitting in the lower energy. Okay? So this is all about the optical characterizations. If someone wants to know more about it, feel free to talk to me. We do have one of the really, really very advanced the optical spectroscopy at UNSW, where you can go at a really, really very nanosecond level and try to understand the lifetime of those photons or the electron hole pairs. Okay? So this is what we did. And then at the end, we make these, the cells. What we did is we use these quantum dots. Now I'll tell you in really, really very short. So the EV layer that industry does is simple EV layer. It's a simple polymer. Now what we did is, rather than changing whole cell structure, we incorporated those quantum dots into this EV layer directly. Okay? Simply by using these quantum dots, separated them out from the solution, and then added into a solution of EVA, octadecene and toluene, mix overnight, and then drop casting directly on solar cell. So that means you can try to understand that rather than changing whole manufacturing line, we just added one layer, or we just used the one layer available in the panels, but we just modified the recipe a little bit so that we are not changing anything else, but we are achieving a really, really nice solar cell with a really, really good quality. So now as you can see, if you try to remember the previous EQV spectrum, or simply solar spectrum, that you can understand, when we have our EVA quantum dot layer, the red one, there is an improvement in the UV light absorption. And that itself tells you that our material absorbs that UV light and emit in the visible region, so that where the silicon can absorb a lot more light. And if you try to see the power conversion efficiency, so this is without our material. And this is with our material embedded in this EV layer, and you can see that there is an efficiency improvement of over 1%. Now you will see just 1%, right? But if you try to think from the industry perspective, even that 1% efficiency improvement in silicon technology can lead to earn over $1 billion or multi-million dollars for the companies, right? So that improve the efficiency without manufacturing line, so that means they can deploy a lot more panels at really, really lower cost. But this is just not the end, right? I showed you what kind of research we have done, but I wanted to mainly speak about our spin out. That's because I think really, really very important. So what was the real outcome of this research, right? So now you see nice sunlight or nice sun, and then different rays coming out, right? UV, and then visible, and then IR, blah, blah, blah. And then you see a nice picture. So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to show that using any kind of technology that has application in solar cell can be also used in the different application. And how? So this whole research was not about achieving just efficiency. It was not about the materials or quantum dots, but it was about learning how to control how we can use that sunlight, right? I spoke about the solar spectrum again and again. Just try to understand that we made a material which absorbed the UV light and emit in the visible region, right? So that means it's nothing but about managing those photons, how we can absorb those photons and how we can emit them. So we learn how we can use the sunlight, or how we can control on using or control over the sunlight, how it can be used, right? So this is what we learn. And now the real concept. If we learn, or if we learn how to control that sunlight, where else does it matter? Now, really beautiful pictures. I spoke about silicon panels, which really need specific wavelengths. This is what I've been talking about, right? It really absorbs UV light, visible light and the near IR light. Okay? But the plants also need a specific wavelength. Okay? This is simple photosynthesis reaction, right? So the plants really need wavelengths somewhere around 400 nanometer to 680 or 700 nanometer. We call it as photosynthetically active radiations. But if you try to understand both of these different, I wouldn't say this is a technology, but this technology and the plants really waste some of the part of the sunlight. So they absorb power wavelengths somewhere around 400 to 700 nanometer. Even though silicon absorbs some of the wavelength in the visible region, let's say somewhere from 600 to 700 nanometer, it really absorbs over that because its band gap is 1 electron volt. And now this gives us a really a good question, right? So if we learn how to manage those photons, or if we learn how to control the sunlight that can be used in different factors, what is that particular problem? As I spoke about, these two really needs a different wavelengths. So this is where we learn, if we know how to manage those photons, we can solve so many different the problems existing in the society. And what is that particular problem? As I spoke about, plants really need a power light, solar cell really needs visible light and the IR light. But what if you make a technology where we achieve both goals in a one go, right? So what it means? So this is a sun dot leaf, our spin out from UNSW, and our logo is nothing but turning every sun ray into 4n power, right? And why we are saying that? Because this is what our technology does. So you see these beautiful panels, and our panels exactly look like this. I know this is ChatGPT generated, I'm pretty sure you must have understood so far, but our panels exactly look like these ones. So you see this red color, the glass, and these are the silicon cells that we are using. And this, nothing but these red lights or the red glasses, this is our innovation comes from. And this innovation actually came from what I spoke earlier, right? So you have seen that orange and the reddish color emission from our technology, and we are doing something similar here as well. Not necessarily the same material, but kind of similar. And what we are trying to do is, we are developing the agri-photovoltaic technology where we are allowing the farmers to earn a dual income. How? By improving the growth of the crops in terms of the quality and quantity, but at the same time generate the electricity from these kind of solar cells that are on top of the panels or the glass, so that the farmers can earn a dual income by selling electricity back to the grid or using on-site purposes, and also growing the crops. Now you will see, some of you might come to me and say, okay, if we put the panels on the top of the crops, how we can grow the crops, and this is where the research comes in, and I will speak about it later. But before that, I would like to introduce my team. Myself, Mahesh Suryavanshi, forget about these ones, and then Dr. Uma Ghorpade, who is our co-founder and Chief Technological Officer. Why I'm trying to tell you this one, I'm an alumni of Shivaji University from Physics Department, and Uma Ghorpade, she is an alumni of Chemistry Department, Shivaji University. Why I'm trying to tell you, if we can do it, you guys can do it as well. And so the brain behind this technology came from her, considering she has a farming background, right? And she has seen entire her life that farmers are struggling either to grow the crops or to pay the electricity bills, and that's how our technology evolved. And our very beloved Professor Jeev Hamari, Chief Scientific Advisor, really very world-leading scientist when it comes to the silicon technology. And during his PhD topic was completely commercialized by the Chinese industry, and that industry is now worth $1 billion. So this is our team. And now I'll speak about our technology a little bit. So you see a nice greenhouse, polytunnel, but try to understand different crop value. So if you try to understand this one, we have about 16 billion meter square greenhouses all over the world, right, on Earth. And then if you try to understand the crop value, generating from these crops, from these greenhouses, is about $350 billion, and in Australia itself is over $100 billion. Even though this is not a recent numbers, but it's about $100 billion in a year. I'm not saying the entire decades, it's just in a year. But why we need to have this kind of polytunnel greenhouses? Because again, to manage the light that is going to the crops, same as managing light that is going to the panels. And this is the gap we bridged. So the plants, as I spoke about, the plants really need some specific wavelength of light, which is nothing but the power ranging from 400 nanometer to 700 nanometer. And most of the plants need this particular light. There is a slight deviation between exact wavelength. Might be some plants really perform well in this UV light, and some might perform here. But this is the entire range that plants really need. And now what you see here is these LED lights that gives you a kind of like violet emission, right? And that violet emission is nothing but to improve their photosynthesis reaction so that they can achieve improved crop growth and at the same time the quality as well. But the problem with this technology is to have this kind of technology, the capex cost is really very high. It's about $600 per meter square. And this number is from 2025. We are already in 2026. And the OPEX, nothing but the operational cost for a year, is about $100 per meter square. So you can imagine how expensive it is to actually manage this kind of LED intensive or really very high energy consumption technology to improve the crop growth. And at the same time, even though this gives you improved crop growth, but then you are using a lot more energy to power those LEDs, right? So even though farmer might get a little bit more income by using this technology, at the end, their total revenue at the end of the year might not be really nice enough. And this is the gap we wanted to solve out. So what we did is we started focusing on photon management in photovoltaic cell so that we can deploy them on agricultural land. And that concept is nothing but the agri-photovoltaics or agri-PV or agri-voltaics. And what it does is, as you can see, these beautiful panels from I think Vietnam, one industry in Vietnam, is the same panel, but you see the glasses and the arrangement of the cell. So that means these panels are mainly focused on generating a lot more electricity, right? So good thing about this agri-photovoltaic technology is that even though if you use the traditional silicon panels, the farmers will end up getting a lot more revenue by simply generating the electricity from these panels. But the problem is, if each and every farmers focus on only generating a lot more electricity and sell it and earn a lot more money, how we are going to survive in the long run, right? We still need a food to survive. And that's where our technology comes in. So a lot more different benefits of this technology is it reduces water uses, frost damage, wind damage, hail damage. That's because over the crops we have these panels. But I spoke about why these panels are not really great one in the long run. For now, it's all good because the technology is evolving. The types of the panels that you are seeing in the market, and this is what I spoke about. Why? So if you see this particular picture where you can see when you give a red cladding materials, nothing but the red LED lights to the lettuce crop, you see this particular crop or the lettuce plant has grown really nice. So it has really nice green colors, but at the same time it has a really nice variety. So that means if you give this red wavelength to the plants, so that means they have a tendency to grow nicely. And this is what we utilize, and this is nothing but our panel. Of course, we are pre-commercialization stage, so that's why you see this 50 by 50 centimeter panel with one cell, and our recent product has about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells on top of it. What we are trying to do is, using this red glass, we are filtering out red light to the only crops, and then blue and near air light to the solar cell. So the cell that you see, it is a bifacial cell. And what is bifacial cell? So bifacial cell has a property to absorb the sunlight from the top and from the rear side as well. And what we are trying to do is the photon management. This is where that photon management concept comes into the reality. So one photon comes in, some goes as a red light to the crops, some goes as a near IR back to the cell where the cell will absorb those additional photons. And because of that additional photons going to the rear side of the cell, the efficiency of this cell is increased from about 20 to 24%. Now you can understand that there is a 4% efficiency in this cell improvement. So that means from the electricity side, the farmers will earn really high benefits compared to the existing agri-photovoltaic technology that I showed you in the initial slide. But we are giving them the important light, which is a red light, to the crops, so that the crop will grow as well. And the result is nothing but healthier plants and more clean energy. So what we are trying to do is, we are not trying to solve the energy problem for the farmers, or we are not trying to solve the crop problems to the farmers. What we are trying to do is, we are trying to solve the both problems for the farmers, give them a chance to improve the production of the crops in terms of the quality and quantity, and also at the same time give them a chance to generate the electricity using the cells on the top of it, so that they can earn a dual income. And this is some of the things that we have figured out so far by doing a lab scale test and also on a glass greenhouse test in Australia. So as I showed you, 4% improvement in the energy output, which has been already tested and has been certified by the university. And we have also seen about 10% increase in the crop yield. And this is actual test. This is not a modeling at all, which has been lab validated, and we are already running a large scale trial in a Western Sydney University, where we do have a advanced glass greenhouse technology. And we are trying to solve the commercialization problem at this stage as well. And about enhanced quality and at the last, nothing but the faster growth. What we have seen is that without our panel, if you want to produce a lettuce crop, we initially tested the lettuce. If the lettuce season is for 3 months, without our glass, it actually requires 3 months or 2.5 months. But with our glass, it reduces to only 2 months or 2 months and probably 5 to 10 days extra. These are the benefits that we offer. And at the last, this is nothing but the competition. This is all about the collaboration. And why I'm saying it's not competition, this is because we are the only one in the world where we are trying to focus on 2 different problems of the farmers, crop growth and the electricity generation. And we have just incorporated our company in the last 6 months, and we have already been nominated. I'm not saying we applied. We have been already nominated by state government for these NSW Sustainability Awards for Climate Technology Impact Award. So you can understand the impact of our company as well, and also the research that we have done in the past decade. So if anyone is interested, feel free to talk to me. Either send me an email, or you can even reach out to me on a WhatsApp. This is not because we want to make money. With a pure heart, being an academics, I have seen the problems with the farmers in India and even in Australia as well. So ultimate aim is give our farmers a chance to earn a dual income, so that they can make a progress and we can make a progress as well. So finally, the presentation is not concluded without the acknowledgements. I would like to thank my team, postdoc, and all our PhD students. Most of the works that I have shown has been done by him, who is in the first year, but you can see the amount of efforts he has put into taking this commercialization to the technology to at least pre-commercialized stage. And so many different funding partners, ARC for giving me the fellowship, this one's to give us a really, really huge project so that we can develop this technology. European Commission again for awards. So many different collaborators all over the world. And last but not least, all my mentors. And when I say all my mentors, not a specific name, I got a lot more mentors from my high school, senior college, junior college, and at UNSW, at the Shivaji University. Professor Morkar, Professor P.S. Patil, and so many. I can't even stop if I started taking names. So this is it, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The session is now open for discussion.
Dr. Suryavanshi, you have given no doubt your alumni of our university.
Thank you.
Yes, you are doing a very good job. Yes, this concept is agro-photovoltaic. Is there any concept in India anybody is doing?
So what we are doing, of course, we are the first one in the world, but there are some companies in India, those who are using these kind of panels for agri-photovoltaics. So you see these kind of panels. This is not new now. Even in India, I forgot the company name, but this one company, even though it's not an Indian company, they are partnering with the Netherlands, who is also our industry partners. So it's a technology from Netherlands, but they have, let's say, gave it to India. So the company is trying to install the panels around the India on our crops. So there is one company, at least in my knowledge, one company in India for now, but hopefully our company will be the next one in India.
Yes, okay, thank you. One more thing, as this is coating to absorb a particular wavelength.
Yes.
So what about their fate for a longer duration? So it is a very small thickness coating on a solar cell.
Yes.
So again it is interface, again stability and its degradation.
So of course we haven't tested the stability because we
otherwise it is coated and it is stable for 1 year. Next year there is no any use.
No, it's not stable for 1 year. Our modeling says that it's stable for 5 to 7 years.
Yes.
And only layer, I'm not saying the silicon. I'm not saying the silicon. So our layer, the one that you see, the colorful layer, so this is stable about 5 to 7 years. And now when you go into the market, there are light filtering films only for agricultural applications. They don't generate the electricity. Their lifetime is about the same, 5 to 7 years. So what I want to tell you is, we have stability for 5 to 7 years, just like the different agricultural films, but they don't allow you to generate the electricity, but we give you the both benefits. So again, as I said, like we are stable for 5 to 6 years, but then if you just replace this one particular layer, it's really very easy to retrofit on a greenhouses. So really very easy to remove and really very easy to actually install.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. That's a really good one. So, of course, as a company, we can't disclose what exactly we are using. But you see, right, that's really very thoughtful, and I really admire you for asking this particular question. But then it's not about what kind of material we use. It's always about the basic fundamental science. This is where most of this deep tech technology emerges, right? So if you try to understand my lecture about photon management, then you don't need to just wait to use any other different materials that we are not using, right? But again, as I said, no competition, right? You can collaborate with us. Yeah.
To make this real world application,
Yeah.
what will be the life cycle cost assessment of this?
Of course, I think I didn't put it, the cost. So usually the panels that you see, the cost is about $50 to $80 per meter square. Our cost, when we did the techno-economic analysis, it's somewhere around $50 per meter square. So we are not competing against the cost. We are giving at the same cost, but we are giving two benefits. And when it comes to the life cycle, as I said, for this particular glass, it's about 5 to 7 years, but it can be easily retrofitted on existing technology. So after 5 to 7 years, you can just remove them and you can install them again. But again, of course, the return on investment for our technology is somewhere around 3 to 4 years. So if you invest in the technology, you will get return on technology in 3 to 4 years. So that means next 2 to 3 years, depending on the lifetime, you can actually be profited in the long term. But again, as I said, we are really very initial in the stage. So even though it's 5 to 7 years now, I'm pretty sure we will improve it to at least 10 years.
We are running short with time, so we'll end the Q&A session.
Now I invite Professor S.S. Chavan sir to say a few words and conclude the session.
So thank you so much, Sir Dr. Mahesh, that you have precisely explained that is how to translate the research into the entrepreneurship and the technology transfers. So hope that our audience will be get enriched with this knowledge. And lastly, I will say thank you to the Mahesh to share your thoughts into the before audience.
I request Professor S.S. Chavan sir to felicitate Dr. Mahesh Suryavamshi sir with shawl, memento and certificate as a token of gratitude and love. Now I request Dr. P.P. Vadgavkar sir to to felicitate Professor S.S. Sawan sir with a book and certificate as a token of gratitude and love.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would now have a break for lunch. I request all the participants to kindly return by 3 p.m. sharp for the post-lunch sessions. Carry your lunch coupons with you. After the lunch, the inauguration of the exhibition and poster presentation will be held at Rajmata Jizao Auditorium. We will continue with the third talk of the day sharp at 3 p.m. in the Rajashri Shahu Senate Hall. So we request you all to gather in the auditorium on time. There's an announcement to make. The registrations for the SUK Shark Tank Cum Innovation Hackathon competition will be carried out at room number 302 of the main building, which is the same building in which we are in. On the second floor, room number 302. Participants can proceed with the registration. Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello. Welcome to the... Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello. check, hello. ऐकतो की जरा थांब का दंगा करायलाय check, hello, hello, check, hello. Check, hello, check.
welcome one and all. We may now move towards the third talk of the day. This session is dedicated to Professor G.D. Koekar sir, as he will be retiring on 31st May. The speaker for this talk is Dr. Ahmed Ilyas bin Rukhsat. This session will be chaired over by Professor G.D. Koekar sir, Department of Chemistry. I invite Professor G.B. Koekar sir to take charge and continue. I request both the dignitaries to kindly come up on stage. I request the chair for the session, Professor G.B. Koekar sir, to kindly give brief introduction of today's speaker.
Good afternoon. Now, after having a heavy and delicious food, it is very difficult to manage the afternoon session. Okay, anyway, as per the schedule, we have to carry out this afternoon session. We have today's third invited speaker, Dr. Ahmed Ilyas bin Rashdan. So shortly we call Dr. R.A. Ilyas. So he's from Malaysia. Dr. R.A. Ilyas. So shortly I will introduce his research and academic qualification. He obtained his Bachelor of Engineering in Chemical Engineering, University Putra, Malaysia. In the same university, he obtained his PhD degree in 2019, and immediately he started his career as lecturer in 2019 in the University Technology, Malaysia. So at presently, he is senior lecturer at the School of Chemical and Engineering, University Technology, Malaysia. So after his joining as a lecturer, presently senior lecturer, he's along with the academician, so his mainly research interest is nanocellulose, biocomposite, natural fiber composite, nanocomposite, sustainable material, bio-based packaging, material characterizations, so many. So till now, as on date, he published the hundreds of the research paper, national and international repute, 14 books on his credit, 69 book chapter, 51 conferences, research bulletin, award, so many things. He's a very huge biodata. So without wasting the time, so I request today's resource persons, Dr. R.A. Ilyas, to deliver talk for the audience. So please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hello? All right, okay, so I think everybody can hear me. All right, so I think this evening very sleepy because we have a lot of rice and chapati and so on. And then my topic is much, I think maybe might be heavy to you, more on the technical, but I try to make it simple as possible. All right, so my name is R.A. Ilyas. I'm Ilyas bin Rushad, or R.A. Ilyas. All right, thanks to Prof for introducing me, Prof. Kalakar for introducing me. All right, so my topic is from the agriculture industrial waste to high value nanocellulose. All right, so I will talk about the isolation strategy, the structure properties, all right, and then the sustainable applications. So there are many applications that you can use the nanocellulose for. All right, so this is my presentation outline. All right, so I will start with the introduction, a natural fiber, the structure of a natural fiber, the chemical composition, and then the nanocellulose, how to isolate it, as well as the application of the nanocellulose. So what is the challenges and how to overcome, and we will come to the conclusion. All right, so these are some of the books that are related to this presentation. The first book is Advanced Composite Material for Wastewater Treatment. So this one we published last year. And then synthetic and a natural nanofiller in a polymer composite. Industrial application of the nanocomposite and its nanocomposite, nanocellulose. And then this one we published in 2023. Another book is a nanocellulose reinforced thermoplastic starch. Alright, so my PhD I work more on the biodegradable packaging, for example, the thermoplastic starch. And then in order for us to reinforce, because when we talk about the biopolymer, so we will come to the challenges with the low mechanical properties. So one of the effort that we use is we reinforce with nanocellulose. Okay, so natural fiber, I think a lot of you know what is a natural fiber. And then when I with the Prof. Yazid, we come to Kuala Lumpur through the Belgavi. So we see a lot of sugarcane factory. Alright, okay. So, and then I was mentioned by the Dr. Prof. Subham that Kuala Lumpur and the Belgavi is one of the agriculture hub for the sugarcane. Alright. So natural fiber, actually we can divide it into the organic fiber from the plants and animal, and then inorganic fiber from the mineral fiber. Alright, okay, so for today's, I will focus more on the plant fiber, or we call it the lignocellulosic fiber. Alright, so for the plant fiber, actually we can divide it into two categories, which is a wood fiber and a non-wood fiber. Alright, so because of the deforestation and so on, alright, so we have to remain I think 51% of the forests in the country, so we try to use non-wood fiber, which is in Malaysia we have a lot of palm oil plantation, which will give a lot of oil palm frond as well as EFB, empty fruit bunch. Okay, so there are a lot of non-wood fiber that been discovered by, not discovered by me, by research doing with my team. Okay, so this is the structure of the natural fiber. Alright, from this fiber, and then natural fiber, or we call it a lignocellulosic fiber, they compose of the three main components, which is cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. Alright, from the cellulose, you can get it's a combination of the amorphous region or crystalline region. Alright, so which part is the nanocellulose? Nanocellulose is the cellulose part, and then we can use several treatment to get the nanocellulose, which nanocellulose I will explain later. So what is the nanocellulose? Okay, first of all, we need to know what is the chemical composition. So because every plant, they have a different chemical composition. Alright, so what is the three main chemical composition is the cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. So other is ash and others extractive. Okay, so different fiber, they have a different chemical composition, and different part of the fiber also, they will have a different chemical composition. So this is very important, because in order for you to get this nanocellulose, the content of the cellulose within the fiber is very important. Alright? Alright. Okay, so what is a nanocellulose? Okay, nanocellulose has a nanostructure of the 1 to 100 nanometer in diameter and 10 to hundreds of nanometer in length. Alright? So there's a difference between nanoparticle. When you say the nanoparticle, what is a nanoparticle? Means that all the 3D, three-dimensional, they have the length or the size is below 100 nanometer. Alright? Okay, so for the nanofiber, actually it's a 2D. You might have the diameter is less than 100, but you can have the long length of the nanofiber, which is up to 1 micrometer. Alright, okay, so nanocellulose, okay, can be divided into the nanocrystalline cellulose and nanofibrated cellulose. Alright, so as I list in this, as you can see in this figure, so there's a lot of research that has been done on extraction of the nanocellulose using a different methods, also a different natural fiber. Okay, so this one is a simple diagram of the how to extract the cellulose. Okay, so this is a lignocellulosic fiber. Alright, and then in order for you to extract the cellulose, you can use several treatment, which is a chemical, enzymatical, biological, and physical or mechanical treatments. Alright. Okay, after you get the cellulose, you can do some treatment also, chemical and mechanical treatment, or the combination of these two treatments. Okay, so after that you will get the cellulose nanofiber. Alright, so as you can see from the slide, example acid hydrolysis. Okay, so acid hydrolysis is a chemical treatment, and then the others, HPS, high pressurized homogenization, ultrasonification, microfluidization, grinding, and cryocrushing. These are in the category of the mechanical treatment. Okay. Okay, so these are some of the combination approach, okay, in order to isolate the nanocellulose. Okay, so we come to the primary characteristic of the nanocellulose. Okay, nanocellulose can be divided into 3 types. The first one in this list is a bacterial nanocellulose. Okay, bacterial nanocellulose we can get from the activity of the fermentation. Alright, and then nanofibrated and nanocrystalline cellulose, this one we can get from the natural fiber or lignocellulosic fiber, or we call it a wood or non-wood fiber. Okay, and then what is the difference between them is in terms of the crystallinity. Alright, because in order for you to get the nanocrystalline cellulose, so you have to remove the amorphous region. Okay, so you will get the high crystallinity compared to the others. And then in terms of the size, okay, in terms of the size, you can see that nanocrystalline cellulose, they have the length below or maybe much higher than 100 nanometer. And then the length for the nanofibrated cellulose is below 1 micrometer. Okay, so you can imagine the shape of the nanofibrated cellulose is like a noodle-like. Alright, and then for the nanocrystalline cellulose, the shape is like a rice-like. Okay, so these are some of the nanocrystalline cellulose under the TEM, transmission electron microscopy, and AFM. Okay, so this one we found that yes, we get the size of the nano. And then this one is a nanofibrated cellulose under the TEM and AFM. Alright, so you can see it's like a tray-like or the noodle-like. Okay, we can see there's a different. The shape is a different between the nanofiber. Okay, so these are some of the properties of the nanocellulose. Okay, they have a high surface area, high aspect ratio, and then high crystallinity, and then one of the important thing is compatible to reinforce with the polymer. Okay, so this is the sum of the method for us to get the nanocellulose. Okay, so as you can see from the highlight the title here, delignification, mercerization, acid hydrolysis treatment, of the sugar palm nanocrystalline cellulose. So for this case study, this one I use the delignification, means that use the method to remove the lignin. So as I mentioned before, they have a three main component: lignin, hemicellulose, and the cellulose. So using a delignification, sodium chloride, so we remove the lignin. And then mercerization is the high concentration of the sodium hydroxide. So this one, you remove some part of the lignin and some part of the hemicellulose. And then we'll get the pure cellulose. After we get the pure cellulose, we continue with the other treatment, which is the acid hydrolysis treatment. This one, you can use many type of the chemical, for example, the sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid. Okay, so this one, different is the same method for the delignification and mercerization. Alright, to get the nanofibrillated, so this one we continue using the high pressure homogenization. Okay. Alright, okay. So what is the difference? Is the diameter as well as the crystallinity of the fiber. Okay. Alright, okay. So after this one is all my research project with my student, and then actually we also collaborate with other institutes, not only in the university, try to collaborate with the other institutes. For example, this one we collaborate with the Forest Research Institute Malaysia. This one we try to use oil palm frond. Okay, oil palm frond to make cellulose. After that, we reinforce with the paper. Alright, so currently, because for you to make a paper, although it's a recycled paper, you have to include virgin pulp, which is 20%. So what we do with the industry is now is we try to include the nanocellulose to reduce the use of the virgin pulp. And then other project also. So this one is optimization. We use the RSM. Okay, oil palm frond nanofibrillated cellulose. We use the oil palm frond. And then we try to collaborate also with the other institute. MARDI is one of the agency agriculture in Malaysia. We try to use the DES, treatment, pre-treatment. And then what we can see is not very suitable, although we can consider it's a green solution. Okay. And then this one you use the raw sugar palm fiber. Okay. And then this one, okay. So the application is for the surfactant, for the biomedical purpose. Okay. And then we also use the project oil palm empty fruit bunch. Okay. Same, we try to use the surfactant because the nanocellulose is easy to agglomerate. So we use a surfactant to make sure that it can stabilize. Okay, so this is some of the project. And then we also use the ionic liquid as a pre-treatment. Okay. Okay, ionic liquid actually is toxic. Okay, a harmful chemical. However, it's a characteristic of the recycle. So it's one of the green. Okay, and then also, so this one is my PhD project. My student's PhD project, which she is a Libyan, working using the sugarcane as the source of the nanocellulose production. Okay, so I think there are many sugarcane industry, so maybe some of the project we can use the sugarcane for the raw material. And then we use also the bamboo, alright, from the Libyan also, bamboo. And then we cooperate with the Max Planck University and the University of the Cambridge on the isolation of cellulose, nanocellulose for the oil palm empty fruit bunch. So because in Malaysia we are the second world largest export of the oil palm, or the production of the oil palm product. So this one we're working on with Prof. Sylvia on the photonic crystal. And then not only that, we're working with the Next Green Global Wahat. So this one is a pulp and paper company in which currently what they do is they're making a paper from empty fruit bunch, oil palm empty fruit bunch. Okay. And then we work with the Andalas University, Indonesia. Okay, so this one we use the ginger, alright, to make a cellulose. And then the water hyacinth, okay, agave gigante, and then kenaf, and then sugarcane, using a different types of method to extract the nanocellulose. And then the Colastian, Esculente stem, roselle, belulang grass with the Indonesia. Okay, so actually there are many works that have been done on the extraction of the cellulose. So why is there so many? Because different place they have a different strength of plants. For example, the sugarcane. Alright, maybe in the Kuala Lumpur they have many sugarcane. Maybe for Malaysia we have some part we have a lot of the oil palm. So oil palm is a good source to extract the nanocellulose. Maybe some part they have a kenaf and so on. Alright, and then last month we received one Algerian researcher. Alright, so we try to collaborate. So because in Algeria they have a lot of waste coming from one of the plant in desert. So we try to use that plant to extract nanocellulose, and we're doing some others project. And to conclude this one, because it depends on what is the abundant agro waste in that locality. Okay, so what is some of the application? Okay, so nanocellulose for the wastewater treatment. Alright, so this is my student project in which we use the sugar palm cellulose for the wastewater treatment. Okay, and then we use a dye, okay, blue dye. So you can see that the volume, okay, of the SPC. When you increase the volume, it will treat the water very well. And then we also try to use the synthetics and the application of the magnetic polyethylene cellulose adsorber. Okay, for this one, okay, the magnetic separation. So means that our product, okay, so in terms of the nanocellulose and then the magnetic and then the PEI, actually we focus more on for this project we focus more on the PEI. Okay, for PEI is we can polyethylene, so it can be used as an adsorbent. And then the nanocellulose can be used as the template, as a structure. And then we include also the magnetic nanocellulose. Alright? And then when we put our product inside here, and then we take a magnet. Alright, so because the PEI absorb all the dye, after that we use the magnet to attract, because in our product they have a magnet, so we will attract. Okay? So this one we already published, so don't worry, you can just go to my Google Scholar, you can see a lot of the work have been done on the nanocellulose. Magnetic polyethylene, this one we use a sugarcane. And then not only that, we use the nanocellulose for the membrane application. Okay, so why we use the nanocellulose in the membrane? One of the reason is to strengthen the mechanical properties and durability of the films. The second one is it will act as the synergetical function to the film. Not only as the filtration, but also absorption. Okay, so this is the method on conduction the films. Okay, mechanical properties we can see. So we can see also the pore in the surface of the film. Okay. So not only that, for the packaging application, so this one is my PhD work in the 2016. So we try to compare of using the nanocellulose in the packaging, in the thermoplastic starch. Alright. Okay, so we can see that you're increasing when you reinforce with the nanocellulose, because you have the bond is a nanocellulose with the bond with the thermoplastic starch, so we will increase the mechanical properties. Okay, so these other works, we try to reinforce with the polylactic acid. And then with the thermoplastic starch and the cinnamon oil, alright, to get the antimicrobe properties. Because the thermoplastic starch, so we know that thermoplastic starch, it can be from your rice. Alright, so what happens when you left your rice, there will be a bacteria or mold. Alright, so we try to reinforce with the antimicrobial agent. For example, the essential oil and zinc oxide and so on. Alright, so this one we use the silver nanoparticle. And then actually when some of the fiber they have their antimicrobe properties, for example the ginger. So from there we can see that if you don't want to put the antimicrobe, so you can use this type of natural fiber which they have already the antimicrobe properties. Alright, so this one some project. Alright, okay, so not only that, we try to reinforce nanocellulose in the pulp and paper industry. Okay, so what I conclude here is when you reinforce when you use the nanocellulose as a reinforcer, so will increase the mechanical properties. However, when put too many nanocellulose, it will decrease the mechanical properties. So okay, so this is other project. All right, the use of the nanocellulose for the nitrocellulose as a propellant. Okay. For the biomedical application, okay, for the scaffold, drug delivery, biosensor, medical implant, antimicrobe, skin, tissue, vascular, and then I think one of the professor that working on the wound healing. So this one nanocellulose also can be used for that purpose. Nanocellulose for the patch, for the skin application. All right. And then in the UTM, we also one professor that he used nanocellulose also for the wound healing. So this one, I think she already commercialized this product. Okay, so in terms of the nanocellulose producer, okay, actually the nanocellulose you can get from many sources. For example, the company name, for example, this one Canada, Anomera, Cellulose Force. So this one is a very famous company, Cellulose Force, and for American Process, USA, and then Green Biotechnology, and so on. In Malaysia, we have one company that working on this project, okay, which extract the nanocellulose from the oil palm anti-fruit bunch. One of the company is a Next Green, the one that I collaborate. And then in terms of the nanocellulose commercialization, so you can see India, you have the one company, right, producing a CNF, and then actually they use the nanocellulose, Toyota, and then Onkoyo, Pioneer, and so on. All right, so there are many applications that we can use. For example, for the cutlery, tissue, and then for the rubber shoes, ping pong, and so on. Alright, come to the conclusion and the recommendation. For the key point, application of the nanocellulose is still in emerging. So because still we have a problem in terms of the cost of production. So if you see from the internet also, you can search the cost for the nanocellulose is quite high. Alright, and then they still need some of the method to reduce the cost. Ongoing exploration of the emerging application of the nanocellulose in highlight its potential benefit. So when we talk about the raw material is high, okay, for example the nanocellulose, although the raw material is free, maybe you can get, in initial it's a free, but when the industry look it as a valuable, you want to use, it will increase the price. Alright, so the nanocellulose also is we cannot say it's a free, it's a costly because you use many chemicals to extract the nanocellulose. Okay. However, what you can do is we try to find one application that is a high demand, high quality, and it's very expensive. For example, nanocellulose is used in the biomedical. Alright, if you use in the plastic, then it will cost you it will have a high cost. But if you use in the biomedical or high-tech technology, so it's better. The second one is a research endeavor in this field and to yield the advantage for all the domains. And then some of the recommendation, sustain investment in R&D. And then strengthen the international partnership for the knowledge sharing. So this one, we try to collaborate with many universities because if you work alone, the process will become very slow. However, if you have the friend from the German, from the US, try to collaborate, the process become faster. Alright? And then embrace the innovative technology, okay, commercialize the nanocellulose, and let's continue to explore and expand our understanding on its diverse application. So I hope whoever is doing the nanocellulose work, you can join our team. Okay, so acknowledgement. Currently we have one active group with the Indonesia. So in Indonesia, under the BRIN, Badan Riset Indonesia, so this is a new agency in Indonesia in which they try to accelerate the research in nanocellulose. So what they do is they collaborate with many universities outside and try to bring in Indonesia and then give some talk, and after that they will do research together. Alright, so by the 2030 the projection to use the nanocellulose commercially. Alright, so we are in the same map with the Indonesia. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now the session is open for discussion.
Okay.
Membrane filtration technique can be used for wastewater treatment. Can the membrane is prepared from cellulose?
Okay, can you repeat the question? Very fast.
Membrane filtration technique is used in wastewater treatment.
Okay.
That membrane can be used for either from cellulose or other things.
Okay. Actually, okay, for the wastewater treatment, you can use, for example, for my research, yes, you can use the membrane for the first stage, but it will cost you high cost because all things will become stuck there. Alright. For our research, we try to target the final product of the wastewater treatment. Alright. So that one we can reduce, not reduce the cost, we can enhance the quality of the water. Alright. So that's why we use this membrane for the oil pump industry. So it means that oil pump industry, because they are producing for Indonesia, they are producing the oil pump empty fruit bunch. So the oil that we export, we will left with the agriculture waste. So instead of we just throw away or we burn, what we do is we try to convert this thing into some valuable product, which is nanocellulose membrane and so on. Alright? Okay, so actually it's a circular economy.
So I am from the agriculture background.
Okay.
And it was very interesting to see that a lot of waste conversion is possible with this technology, nanocellulose technology. Can you be interested in partnering with Shivaji University and through Shivaji University to the farmers or farmer companies in India?
Yes,
because
sure.
we have quite like soybean, we have sugarcane, we have bananas, we have so many rice, so many crops which have the waste in the field and which may not be convertible into the organic fertilizer, manure or fertilizer, so that can be put into good use.
Yes. Alright, okay. So what happened is our collaboration with the Indonesia, we have several collaboration with Indonesia under the BRIN. This one. So actually we got one grant from the BRIN, and then in this research grant we have around 10 universities in Indonesia. Alright, so this university, they are located at different places, but they are working with the nanocellulose from a different source. Alright, so during the project, okay, for example, the project is 7 years. Okay, so this year is the 4th year, the project. Last year, we went to the Padang, and then in the Padang there is one industry, Gambir industry. Gambir is what? Gambir is one of the plant. Paper. In Padang, okay, in Indonesia. Alright, so they had one type of crops. Alright, so we collaborate with this industry, and then we take this sample, we take the agriculture waste, we turn into some valuable products. However, if we say you want to commercialize, you have to look into the abundance waste, how much waste we have, because for the large industry, the raw material cannot be stopped. When you stop, or or the company will stop. All right, okay? Sure, we can have a collaboration with the university in Shivaji and others university.
This is possible?
Yes, it's possible. Okay.
Sir, why to set up an utility plant if the ion exchange method and membrane filtration technique is used, then the pure water will be available for the, why to set up a primary treatment, secondary treatment, microbial addition, and then tertiary treatment, activated carbon treatment. You can use ion exchange method or membrane filtration technique to separate the products.
All right, okay. So for the wastewater treatment, so you have a first stage, second stage. The first stage, second stage, maybe you use the aerobic and anaerobic, and then one of the day we use the ionic. All right, okay. For the ionic, for the membrane, for the nanocellulose, we still didn't use that. Okay, because first is the cost. All right, we have to bear with the cost because the current, I think the current chemical that being used right now maybe is aluminium and so on. Okay, that one is much cheaper compared to the nanocellulose. All right, and then not all the application is actually suitable for the nanocellulose. Maybe as I mentioned before, is the you have to find one application that is costly. For example, biomedical. And when you go to the hospital, they will do a treatment and they will cost you high. Okay, that one you can use for nanocellulose. However, for the packaging, for the normal packaging, it's not feasible. However, if you say the packaging for the electronic, that one is feasible because you have to look what is the product you want to protect. Okay, all right. So for the first stage, not first or second stage, not okay. For the final stage, I suggest final stage is okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
So I have one question.
Yes.
In the conversion of agro-industrial waste to nanocellulose production, so there are various types of these cellulose from your presentations. I came to know that. So these nanocellulose, so you thought it should be high value material. So that means high tensile strength, biodegradability, then it is to be high crystallinity. So what steps we should have to take the care for, that means what makes the nanocellulose to be high value material?
All right, okay. All right, for the nanocellulose, okay, so I will explain that on the extraction of the cellulose. All right, so the natural fiber, or we call the lignocellulosic fiber, which is consists of the three main components, which is the lignin, hemicellulose, and the cellulose. All right, so in order for us to get the cellulose, so we have to use several techniques, which is the delignification and the mercerization. And then, actually from this technique, mercerization and delignification, so you will extract out the lignin and the hemicellulose. And this extraction of the lignin, also they have their own product that you can use. For example, the lignin you can make the activated carbon and other related carbon. For the hemicellulose, some of the medical, they will use the hemicellulose for the medical purpose. And then for the cellulose, all right, when we extract the cellulose, we try to extract as optimal as possible, so that there will not be a waste of the chemical. So that's there's a first step in how to make sure that the extraction of the cellulose is in the optimum. And then one of the method, I think this method is very common for the chemical engineering research group, which is using the RSM, using the optimization modeling. All right, and then after that we get the cellulose. All right, the percentage of the cellulose try to be high as possible, and then after that, okay, the second part is the high quality. All right, so the nanocellulose, we can divide it for the lignocellulosic fiber, we can divide it into two, which is the nanofibrated cellulose, which is the long one, and the nanocrystalline cellulose, which is the like a rice light. All right, so this one is a depend on what type of application you want to use. All right, for the pulp and paper, it's suggested to use a nanofibrillated cellulose instead of the nanocrystalline cellulose. All right. However, for the biomedical, for the biomedical, usually they use a nanocrystalline cellulose. All right, means that they will remove the amorphous region and then they will keep only the crystal region. So this crystal region will have a OH, and then usually what they do is they will make some modification. All right. Okay, so the higher the quality of the cellulose actually will make your modifications better. All right. So and then another thing is the method of extraction itself. All right. So some of the method is very expensive. Some of the method is very cheap. For example, in order for us to produce the nanocellulose in a cheap cost, is we can use the mechanical properties, mechanical technique, which is wet disc mill. So this one we can get up to 90%. However, if you use the hydrolysis method, you will get only maybe 5%, 10% of the nanocrystalline cellulose. So it depends on the what type of application, and then what type of the treatment that can be used, so that you can get a low as possible the cost, and then high purity.
Acid hydrolysis improves.
Yeah. Okay.
So any more questions? Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
So, the afternoon sessions, we have very good talk. Dr. R.A. Ilas, from his talk, really we the people have impressed. So how it is important to convert the agro-industrial waste to nanocellulose. The different types of the nanocellulose are there. This nanocellulose, how actually be useful in the food industries, biomedical research, biomedical applications are there. So these things, really the talk was very impressive, useful, fruitful, beneficial for us for getting enrich our entrepreneurships. So on behalf of this organizing committee and Shivaji University, so I am very much thankful to Dr. Ilas for nice presentation, nice talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor G.B. Kolekar, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. R.A. Ilyas, sir, by providing them memento certificate shawl as a token of gratitude and respect.
Thank you very much, Professor.
It's our pleasure.
Oh, shawl.
Shawl.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now I request Dr. P.P. Vadgaonkar, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor G.B. Kolekar, sir, by offering them memento certificate shawl as a token of gratitude and respect.
Okay, thank you.
Dear delegates, just now, whatever this session we dedicated to Professor G.B. Kolekar, sir, this because of his contribution in all aspects. Since more than 35 years, he is actively engaged in teaching, research, and other aspects of the Shivaji University Kolhapur. Presently, he is working as a professor in Department of Chemistry, and in the month of the May 2026, he is going to retire from his active services. Because of his contribution in all sense, we dedicated this session to Professor G.B. Kolekar, sir. So please give a big round of applause to Professor G.B. Kolekar, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are now moving towards the fourth talk of the day. The speaker for this talk is Mr. Girish Chitare, sir, Director of Chitare Genus ABS India Private Limited. This session will be chaired over by Mr. Sarang Jadhav, sir, Chairman of CII Kolhapur Chapter. Now I invite Mr. Sarang Jadhav, sir, to take a charge and continue. I request Mr. Sarang Zadav sir to kindly introduce our speaker.
So, good afternoon. So, first of all, I would like to invite my dear friend Girish ji on the stage. So, good afternoon. No sound. Good afternoon. Thank you. So, it is indeed my pleasure and privilege to introduce my dear friend Girish Chitreji, who will be speaking on the leadership, developing leadership through innovation and entrepreneurship in the food and agri sector. And when I was discussing this with him in the morning, he said that he will speak more on the general innovation and entrepreneurship and not focused on the food and agriculture. So let us first, I think, give a big round of applause and welcome him on stage. So I think the Chitre group doesn't need any special introduction. The great cricket master and Sachin Tendulkar, who is the brand ambassador of Chitre group. So Girish ji belongs to or heads this Chitre group of dairies. And because there is a formality, I will just introduce, but all of you are already aware about Chitre group and their activities. So Girish ji is a mechanical engineer who has passed in 1994 from the prestigious MIT College in Pune. Initially he has worked in Kirloskar Brothers, and then he has joined his family business. And I think everybody knows about Chitres, but I would read out a statement which I meet him quite frequently, and he always mentions what his grandfather always envisioned about business. His grandfather used to say, give back from where you get. It doesn't matter what position you hold. What matters is how much value you add to the society by giving back what it has given you. So I think this statement itself speaks about the depth and the connection the Chitre group has with the society and with the industry. I have a very close association with him as a in the CII group, and whenever we go to him for any advice, whenever we go to him for any support, he is always very open, and I can always see some kind of a eagerness to maybe take part in any initiative which is in the bigger interest of the society. So without wasting any time, I would request Chitreji to come on stage and address the gathering.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sarang, for this lovely introduction. First of all, I am very much thankful to Shivaji University to arrange such a conclave, and that too an international conclave. And with international conclave not being only for the namesake, but truly a diversified 2-day fully packed technical sessions, and it's very big opportunity for the people who will be attending this program for 2 days. So I am very much thankful to Shivaji University and the organizers to have such wonderful initiative and taking upon this conclave, and with various diverse subjects. when I was discussing with Dr. Professor Subhash about what has to be the subject of my speech, so to say, I tried to choose a subject wherein I think I would like to have some different opinion about what people think when they hear or say a word called leadership or leader. Also what they think about entrepreneurship and what they probably think about innovation. So these 2-3 words were independently told to me and I put it all together. And my background being agriculture and dairy, and so as the opportunities in dairy agriculture overall are, infinite. Just now, our Malaysian counterpart, the University of Technology of Malaysia, Technology University, has given you the presentation about nanocellulose conversion, about the waste from the agriculture. So it's quite interesting that even sky is not the limit for innovation in agriculture especially. So I would like to start with, and bear with me because probably after 20 years I have tried to have my presentation actually with PowerPoint and something written and which can be spoken. Generally I prefer to have natural conversation, but let us see. Being in university I had to try something. So see, today leadership is no longer about waiting opportunities. Leadership is all about creating opportunities. This shift is especially important for today's students. The world they are entering into is uncertain, fast changing and complex. In such a world, leadership cannot be postponed or until someone reaches to some certain position or certain stage of his or her life. It must be developed early and consciously and deliberately. This is what my opinion is. Nowhere is this more evident than in the food and agriculture sector. Agriculture today is no longer limited to farming alone. It sits at the intersection of technology, sustainability, markets, climate uncertainty, and social responsibility. The so-called ESG is not restricted or limited to industries which are into the mechanical or IT sector. It is coming to the farm level as well, because many of the countries now are realizing that we as agriculturists are producing more pollution by not using good technologies than probably few of the industries. Or if not pollution, misusing the resources. Because of this, leadership in agri and food system is no longer optional, but it has become an essential thing. So, why leadership matters today? The challenges faced in food and agriculture are real and urgent. Probably you can see in 2-3 years that we have rains almost every day. Probably our Malaysian counterpart are, okay with that because they are near equator. But we are quite a seasonal country, so our structure of agriculture, our whatever processes of agriculture are very seasonal, and having rains untimely or not at all or too much is a problem for us. So including that uncertainty, there are so many uncertainties like market. Every now and then there are kind of variables that are emerging in the market. So agriculture producers especially don't get an insured or assured market. So there are big volatilities as well as uncertainties we are facing. So we are dealing with climate variability, resource constraints, changing consumer expectations, of course, market volatility, and the need for sustainable and inclusive growth. These challenges cannot be addressed by routine management. So if we have some technological knowledge and we are doing something in agriculture or processing, that only is not enough. And conventional thinking, they require individuals who can think differently, act decisively, and take responsibility. In other words, they require leaders, not just professionals. So that's why we require a leadership component to be developed while we are students, while we are professionals. And leadership is not, as I said, is kind of, leading to a group of people or community. It's more of a leading in your own thought process, leading yourself first. So innovation and entrepreneurship as leadership pathways, what is a complementary thing? I think these two are thought separately. Innovation and startups are kind of prerogative of some highly sophisticated students and learned people, wherein entrepreneurship is kind of a layman's job, or the person who is quite smart in doing things on the ground. But unless and until you have both the worlds together, the real innovations won't happen. It will come as a technology, it will come as a kind of discovery, but it may not be useful for humans or change really human lifestyle, or removing their pains or their problems as such. So we have to think innovatively only for those things which will more impactful for the society and which can bring positive change into society. And that's where the leadership comes. Most importantly, one can learn to act in uncertain conditions, something every leader must be compatible with. Innovation and entrepreneurship, therefore, do not merely create enterprises, they create leaders. If both come together, we nowadays call them as startups or incubees. But unless and until they come together, they mentor themselves to be a leader in their own technology, in their own product, in their own thought process, then only they can succeed in the cause. Though I said to you that I will be probably talking more in general, but since this conclave is connected with the agriculture, I would like to take the connections with the agriculture or emphasis on the agriculture. So that will come definitely with these pointers. So leadership opportunities in agriculture exist across the entire value chain. They begin at the primary production, I think, yeah. I am not missing the slides. So they begin at the primary stage like production, but they do not stop there. They extend into agri-processing, dairy, logistics, branding, exports, retail, agri-services, technology platforms, and sustainability solutions. I am putting it not in the queue or not in the kind of a process chain, but quite a random, because you have to think it randomly. If farm, agriculture produce or farmer has to be sustainable, his production has to be delivered to the last mile in profitable manner, and he has to get the benefits of it, as well as the supply chain or processing chain. So we have to see various aspects of it. Farmer, I am taking this forum or taking this forum, I am taking a chance to say a bold statement that a farmer alone producing some food grains cannot be Annadata. The Annadata he becomes when the grains are, duly processed, packed, come at the doorsteps of the consumer, whether the grains are consumed or the flour, it is turned into the flour or some other products, and that is consumed. So unless and until you see the end of it, one cannot see what can be beneficial for them. So unless and until every person in the supply chain, starting from the production to the end consumer, if he is not ready to see the change and accept that, I think that won't add value addition. So any innovation, any agri-entrepreneurship needs to be connected with these thought processes, and these thought processes converted into innovation, converted into the rightful business and sustainable model, and that is the job of entrepreneurs being leader. So every one of these areas demands entrepreneurial thinking and leadership. Leadership in agriculture is not confined to the top. It emerges wherever someone chooses to take the responsibility. Let me briefly illustrate with some real facts in agri and dairy context. When a sector moves from being a commodity-driven activity to a value-driven enterprise, take an example of milk. We are here in Kolhapur. We still have few Gokul Kattas. Not the Gokul, but earlier Gokul was there, so you have that name. So buffaloes used to be there. You come there, have the milk, have a drink and go. Kind of a commodity. Every probably lane may have few animals with them and they have the fresh milk. But unless and until you come with the value added chain and a processing chain, you cannot be a brand like Gokul, Varna, Chitale or whatever, Amul. So, and it is not necessary to be a brand, again I am telling. But with these brands, the farmer is getting aggregated support. He is reasonably assured that market for their produce is there. If he or she is giving a quality product, the product at the end is having a good quality and value addition, and probably his relatives are enjoying the good fruits of it. So whole chain is transformed with these inputs. That's why we said when a sector moves from being a commodity driven activity to a value driven enterprise, leadership becomes a critical. So unless until there is a leadership and thought process, it is very difficult. This transformation requires farmer integration, trust, quality, focus, innovation in processing, logistics and market access. In such journeys, leadership does not come from authority. It comes from problem solving, ethical decision making and long-term vision. This is how innovation and entrepreneurship act as a leadership laboratory. So with these interventions, probably every farmer is an entrepreneur now in this Western Maharashtra region. and everybody is driving his own farm, his own cattle farm, his own agriculture farm in a way that he's more thinking about rational productivity. That's why we said that we have to have the MSP for the sugarcane, a lot many other things. So we know what are the costs, we know what are the profits we require to have. So unless and until we are aware of it, we may not demand it. Unless and until we demand it, may not probably get it if the technology, innovation and enterprise don't support it. So whenever I am saying leadership, again I want to emphasize on the fact that we have to create a torch bearer's responsibility mindset in every individual. Then only these transformations can happen. Or generally what happens is, in Marathi they say Shivaji janma hova pan dusracha gari. So we don't take the responsibility of any change. We want to have the change done by others and we want to follow it and get benefits out of it. But it will not be true anymore. So leadership for career development. Those working in the sector influence food security, environmental sustainability, rural livelihood, and social equity. The balance prepares individuals and not just to be employable professionals, but to be responsible participants in institutions, market, and democratic processes. In this sense, leadership development contributes not only to the employability, but also to the nation building. So, I just talked about the students, but I would also like to emphasize the role of institutions here. Institutions play a crucial role in this journey. Universities, research organizations, cooperatives, industries, and their bodies are not merely centers of knowledge. They are potential leadership enablers. So when institutions promote experiential learning, applied research, startup incubation, and industry-academia collaboration, they move beyond classroom teaching, and that's what we require. And probably with this new educational policy, national education policy, probably these changes are now happening. And probably because of this, there are so many schemes driven by government to educate people on entrepreneurship, on skill development, on leadership programs, and probably this should be one of the key conclaves to emphasize whatever you discuss to be converted into possible human-centric approach, social impact approach, and that's why we require the leadership. In conclusion, ultimately, leadership developed through innovation and entrepreneurship is fundamentally building resilient food systems, empowering youth, and achieving sustainable development goals. For students, educators, and institutions alike, developing leadership is not merely an opportunity. It is a responsibility towards the future of your sector, society, and the nation. So I conclude with this remark that leadership in food and agriculture is not about position and power. It is about responsibility towards the farmers, consumers, society, and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The session is now open for discussion.
You can put on the lights. I don't know whether I have was able to communicate with this new experiment of mine. But definitely, I would like to have any question from you people, and let me try to answer something. If at all I am right or wrong, I think you are the better judge. So,
can I ask a question? So, in the introduction, I actually missed to mention that you have mentioned that you are one of the pioneers in starting this Chitra Express.
Yeah.
So, earlier there used to be a word saying that Amchi Kuta Shaka nahi. From there to Chitra Express. So, what was the idea behind that, and how challenging it was maybe to convince your own generation or the earlier people?
See, it's a very good question in the sense that if a 86-year-old family-run business wants to change, whatever size it is, it has its own inertias. So leadership is all about challenging those inertias and not the position of your family business kind of a seat. So probably I was kind of a middle level family member of my business. So it's not like I am challenging something to become a leader. I am challenging it with the ideas. So we thrown up an idea because we had quite a lot of brand building in Pune city, and outside Pune it was known as a Pune's brand. And we were not so accessible to the common people or the consumers in various parts of the state, later on the country. So what we thought that we should be having our own brand shops so that we will not spend on the advertisement, but we will gain from the advertisement. So our brand shop actually, if at all, is out of Pune, in Mumbai, in Kolhapur, in Nashik, in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, in Nagpur. Actually, they are our advertising places. So people, when they commute along, they see that the Chitra Express is there, they have heard the name Chitra, they may have tested few products, and they go inside. Then they see that they only know 2-3 products. Now there are 200 different products. So they now know variety of products of Chitra. So this was a kind of brand building exercise with the money of our own supply chain, not our own money. So this is innovation in a way, but had it been an innovation for anybody else, the franchise model was working for last century in the world, but we haven't used it. So it was an innovation for us, not for the country or society, but that has its own challenges. We tried to overcome it and we are very successful about it. And our own Pune city, we have 50 odd shops now. Along with that, we have around 40 plus shops across Maharashtra and Goa. So these kind of things happen, and this is what I am saying. Entrepreneurship, innovation and leadership has to come together to break what you are doing, break apart and go ahead what you are doing for.
Now that you are talking about leadership when it comes to agri-industry, agri-industry in India can be classified into, if I am not wrong, correct, cooperative sector and the private sector. So when it comes to leadership issues, how does the challenges in leadership in private sector differ from leadership in cooperative sector? And we have
Mr. Chetan is there. You can give the mic if it is there. See, nowadays it is, I think, irrelevant if you are a cooperative, a state-run, a private institution, because these institutions merely serve as a marketing tool for what farmer is producing. So what I am talking, the leadership is all about every individual in every stakeholding position has to contribute himself or herself to the society in his or her own whatever work or responsibilities are. So when the farmer is there, farmer, whether he is giving his produce to any cooperative or any private, for example milk, is irrelevant, because the farmer has to do the enterprising for himself first. And the market is created by that cooperative or private dairy which is fetching the milk from them. So he has to judge his produce whether this market, a cooperative sitting next to a private, is good for me or not. But he has to create his own niche or quality product for himself, and that's why the leadership starts from the production. So he has to produce a good quality of milk, whatever, sugar cane, grapes, anything. So unless and until he himself becomes an entrepreneur, he himself becomes a leader of thought processes to make his enterprise profitable, he will not challenge a cooperative or private to give him a better profitable margins or cost to his produce. In fact, giving highest rate to any agricultural commodity actually makes the farmer complacent. And a 16,000 kilometer country can be a kind of a threat to a 200 kilometer dairy. Why Gokul and Chitrai should be afraid of having dairy products coming from USA? 16,000 kilometers. Any subsidy, zero cost to the farmer, everything is paid to the farmer by US government, there is a shipping cost. That is no more than a 1 liter of milk cost. Anyway, so why we are afraid of it? Because we are not prepared ourselves for that. So the leadership has to come from ourselves to see that only merely having highest price to my commodity will not solve a problem for me. If I want to be sustainable, I have to be reasonably priced. And with that reasonable pricing, I have to get reasonable profit. And there comes innovation, there comes enterprising, and there comes the leadership. A single cow owner or buffalo owner, a half-acre land owner can be a leader for thousands of acres of land owner farmer if he proves that is even half acre can produce more than 50,000 rupees an acre of profit in a year. That is what we have to think. So that is what I am calling for as a leadership. So there is no, I don't think there's a cooperative or private is a really kind of a matter nowadays. It was previously, because even the cooperative face same challenges that a private player face. In fact, cooperative faces more because there is more politics into it. I may be right or wrong, I don't know. Yeah, please. Most welcome.
Good evening, Doctor.
Madam, you want to comment, huh?
Hi. Good evening. I'm Monica. I'm a farmer and I'm from Vadgaon, Kolhapur. I just needed to know that it's a very inspiring journey. We are really proud that Chitrai Group belongs to Kolhapur. But quickly, sir, if a marginal farmer needs to connect with the group to give his raw material to the group, what is the chain like? Thank you.
You are just phone call away. There is no chain into it, and you have to see what are the profit margins or what are the costs. We have to work out. Unless and until that it works both way, as a cost of fetching that produce to our own processing unit is reasonable and in control, then we are happy to go anywhere. If we are not suitable for you, Gokul is there. I am not seeing Gokul as threat to me, or probably Gokul is not seeing threat to me.
as a Chitre. So probably it has to be worked in cohesion than fighting in between. And it is not like we have to mark our territories. It is more of a service to the people that we have to fight for, rather than fight for fetching people from each other. So it's more important that whatever service, you have a mobile phone. In 20 minutes, you can, sitting here, change your service provider. So why we should be afraid of my farmer going to Gokul or Varna in 10 days? I should be prepared for it. So anytime you can call me, or we can connect and we can buy the milk from you if that suits. And if it is not possible for me and it is very close, I will divert it to him. You were contributing something.
No, something. So first of all, let me introduce. I'm Dr. Chetan Narke. I'm a board of director for Gokul, and also I work as a trade advisor for Ministry of Commerce for Thailand government. I look after the trade between India and Thailand. मी इथून कोल्हापूरमधूनच उपसलेलो आहे म्हटलं तरी चालते, पण 20 वर्ष बाहेर देशामध्ये काम केलेलं आहे. आणि मला फक्त सरांनी जो प्रश्न सांगितला एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बद्दल. So basically what I'm looking at is there is no difference between private versus a cooperative, except as you rightly said, cooperative is more political nowadays, but the aim of actually raising the capital, that's both, only the entities are different. Private, you put your own funds, and if it goes for cooperative, you are raising the funds through community. That's the only difference. But as Sir rightly said, we should be thinking any competition, not local anymore, as a global competition. So anytime you try to produce, it could be agriculture product, could be a dairy sector, you're looking at anything possible for the export-oriented qualities, right? That could be, if dairy, it is aflatoxin levels, or it could be any residues coming from the antibiotics that you're using. What you're trying to do, that you want to give the best to the society in terms of the quality and the price, as Sir rightly said. And especially I was very surprised when a private-owned company talks about farmers, consumers, society, which is very exciting for a cooperative person like myself, because I think whenever you go outside, basically when you cooperative made sure that farmer gets his right returns. कारण मला वाटतं कोल्हापूरमध्ये आपण दुधाचा रेट बघितला तर मला वाटतं दुधाला आपण 36 रुपये गाईसाठी आणि म्हैशीसाठी जवळपास 52 ते 53 रुपयाचा रेट आपण देत असतो. So all we trying to say that if you go for other private entities, their focus is improving the bottom line, right? So the leadership thought, or the thought process changes based on what is your end goals. But other factors, I think what Sir said we should add is the technology leadership. For example, in agriculture, Monica ma'am, or anything, if we go in dairy sector as well, the future is all about the food traceability. It's all about food traceability.
Check, hello, check.
Is basically when people will pay the price for organic agriculture is only when they have where the source is, what is the pH level of the water, what is the logistic chain, and is what grown in the right places and use the right fertilizer in terms of not using more urea, stuff like that, right? So I think so technology leadership is most important. Secondly is the research and development. So when we're doing the farming, we were doing the farmers, sir, by acres. Now we have to do the farming by square feet, the way we buy the land. So we should see the productivity. Same logic is applicable when it comes for the dairy sector. So we're trying to look at the food conversion ratio, sir, like 1:1.5. If we having the population is going up, and if you see, we are like probably 239 million tons of milk we are producing every year, which is the topmost in the world from 1999. But we are looking at almost 639 million metric tons by 2048. So what that means is we are currently using for green fodder, we are using 11% of the total crop growing eligible land. But if we trying to quadruple the current output, that means we're going to get 25% of the land which is under the crop at this point. So the land, crop land will have a competition between humans and the cattle, that who will get that land. So what that means is we have to have same number of animals, or probably a little bit more, but more productivity out of it. So that's where the research and development comes. And the third is the regulation and the policies which will support the export-oriented markets. That's going to be, I think, R&D, financing, which is most important, leadership as well in terms of actually growing the private sectors, cooperatives as well as the startups. And the research and developments are going to be the key. And regulations and the policy are the most crucial thing, because you can't do without the help of those. If they don't allow us, it will be very difficult for us to go. Thank you.
Yeah. So he has given quite a few examples of how innovative thought processes in different sectors, not only in the technology, but even the finance and how you run the business is important. Thank you, Chetan.
We are running short with time, so we would end with the Q&A session.
Thank you very much.
I request our chairperson to kindly shortly conclude with the session.
So, thank you, Girishji, for the address. I think you have covered the leadership in agri and food sector in the current scenario. You also spoke on innovation and entrepreneurship as leadership pathways. And I would just add something more which I have known with the association with Girishji. They have recently published one book on his father, Kaka Saheb Chitre, and I had the opportunity to attend that function. And the author who has actually written that book was telling the story, because she has talked with various people. And with that story, we can understand, like, beyond innovation, beyond entrepreneurship, there are other things which also we need to understand. He was telling about Kaka Saheb Chitre, late father of Girishji, that whenever one worker used to come to the factory and he was in a disturbed mood or a little angry, he used to casually maybe go to his house to just check if everything is correct or there is some change in the behavior or something like that. And in villages we also know that there is a lot of alcoholism and things like that. So he was also very particular whether people are going to that side, like they are getting alcoholic or something. So that is the extent of the connection these organizations have with the people working with them. And I think that is the key success of Chitres, who are, I think, in business for, you said 86 years, I think, 86 years. So I think he needs a big round of applause for this wonderful journey. And I think with just one statement which he made during this speech, I will end this conclusion, that farmer cannot become an annadata till he reaches the consumer. So what is the new definition? I think that he should not only produce the grain, but ensure that each grain reaches the consumer. So the complete value chain, the complete supply chain is the additional responsibility, or that is the extension of the word farmer. That is what you have said. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Sarang Jadhav sir to felicitate Mr. Girish Chitre sir by offering shawl, memento and a certificate as a token of gratitude and respect. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Subhash Mane, sir, to felicitate Mr. Sarang Jadhav, sir, with a certificate and book as a token of gratitude and respect.
Thank you, sir. Before starting with the fifth Invite Talk session, I would like to announce that SUK Shark Tank Innovation Hackathon competition is being conducted on the second floor of the same building in room numbers 302, IQAC 330 and 320. Now we will be moving to the next session, that is the Invite Talk session 5th. As we are running short of time, so we request the next speakers, that is the talk 5th, 6th and 7th, to conclude the sessions within 20 minutes of time. The speaker for the talk for the 5th Invite Talk session is Dr. Devrat Harshe, sir. I request Dr. Devrat Harshe sir to kindly come up on stage. The session will be chaired over by Professor P.V. Anbure, sir, Department of Chemistry. I invite Professor P.V. Anbure, sir, to take a charge and continue.
Good evening to each one of you, to all the dignitaries, students and friends. I am Professor P.V. Anbule from Department of Chemistry, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I am here to introduce Dr. Devrat Harshe from D.Y. Patil Medical University, Kolhapur. As we are running late, I like to introduce Dr. Devrat Harshe sir in short. At the outset, I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Shivaji University, Kolhapur and organizing committee of Conclave 2.0. Dr. Devrat Harshe is professionally doctor who completed his MBBS degree from Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences in 2010 and MD in psychiatry from Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College, Navi Mumbai in 2014. He enjoyed many professional appointments. I like to highlight some of these. He worked as a senior psychiatrist at Dhanvantari Nursing Home and Neuropsychiatric Clinic, Kolhapur. He is presently professor and head Department of Psychiatry, Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College, Kolhapur. He is also a postgraduate teacher and PhD guide at D.Y. Patil Education Society, deemed to be university. He is a consultant psychiatrist leading multidisciplinary neuropsychiatry team, including neurology, psychology, and psychiatric nursing. He completed his doctorate. In psychiatry with specialization in suicide prevention and media influence on public behavior. He also PhD guide for doctoral research in behavioral sciences and suicide epidemiology. His research interest is mainly focused on both clinical psychiatry and public mental health. He has more than 40 plus scientific papers and research articles published in national and international peer-reviewed journals. He also presented his paper in conferences and scientific activity. Also, he participated in many academic seminars, workshops, and postgraduate training sessions. With this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, and I request you to deliver your talk. His topic of talk is very interesting: work-life balance, a key to avoid overtime to your mind. Basically, we are the academics and other participants are from industry, and this topic may help for both academic as well as industry. This is very interesting topic, and I assure every participant as well as myself is eager to hear you. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Shivaji University, for giving me this opportunity to be here. Without wasting any more of your time, I will start right away. Can you please dim some of the lights here so the slides are visible more clearly? You might be thinking the reason behind this topic at this session, but at the end of this talk, you will, I think most of us will realize that this is pretty similar to the two sessions we had just before this one. This session is also about filters. This session is also about membranes. This session is also going to be about barriers. This session is also going to be about innovation, capacity building. There may not be anything related to finance or funds, but whatever innovation and change we are talking about is inwards or within ourselves. So with this short intro, I will start. Most of us have heard this term work-life balance, must have heard it on television, newspaper, media, social media, okay? And unfortunately, it is perhaps the most misunderstood or most trivialized or most neglected when we talk about work-life balance when it comes to work. Here, I am given to understand that most of you are from industry background or working in some business, family business, small business, MSME sector. But even if you are a student, this still applies to you because your studentship is also your work, it is also your job. So this will apply even to you as well. If you are neither a student nor in business, but someone who is a homemaker, someone who is retired and living a normal life as a human being, this will still apply to you. So work-life balance, as we know, it has nothing to do with time. If you search work-life balance online, most of the talk or debate will be about the time of work or number of hours we spend on work or how far is the working place. Like the slide I showed earlier, Mr. Narayan Murthy talking about 70 hours a week for work-related time. Someone criticizing Mr. Murthy and saying that no, it is not required. Then someone from Shark Tank commenting about what Murthy said. Then his wife supporting him. So basically, the whole debate is being directed in a direction which it should not be. That is number of hours. Basically, work-life balance issues arise not because of number of hours, but because we lose the meaning associated with the work. Meaning as in the motivation, the satisfaction, and what meaning we have attached to that work. When it starts to lose, that is the reason why work-life balance issues start arising. Not because someone is working 70 hours a week, not because someone is working only 30 hours a week, but because once we start losing the meaning or the motivation, then we start having work-life issues. Simple proof, if you talk to anyone who has left India to study or work abroad, most of them are staying in either United States or United Kingdom or Europe or Australia or New Zealand. No one is leaving India to go to Nigeria or any of the African countries or most of the Middle Eastern countries or most of the very Southeast Asian countries. Why? because most of the countries which we are visiting have very strict standards about work-life balance. They have very strict laws and rules about quality of life. They have very strict standards and social structure which supports good work-life balance. You might be thinking that, no, we don't want to talk to people who have left India. Tell us about people who are living in India. So if you have read this news, in fact, there is a lot of chaos about this in the parliament as well, that most postgraduate seats for doctors are remaining vacant in India. Okay? When I say most, out of about 60 to 70,000 seats, about 18 to 20,000 seats are going vacant. No one is applying for those seats. It is so bad that the government had to actually lower the cutoff so that at least someone gets qualified for getting the admission and joins the rank. What is the cutoff? Do you know what is the cutoff right now for postgraduate examination or admission in medicine in India? NEET 2026. Does anyone know that? 6%? It is out of 720 marks, it is minus 40. Okay? So it is not 60%, it is not 60 out of 720, but it is minus 40. Why? Because so many seats are remaining vacant. There is going to be a big gap in healthcare delivery within next 10 to 15 years. Why? Because students are not taking postgraduate seats. Why are they not taking postgraduate seats when people always say that doctors earn a lot of money? Because most of those seats are remaining vacant where work-life balance issues are coming up front. Subjects like cardiac surgery, cardiovascular surgery, oncology, where a lot of time has to be spent learning and earning starts much later, people are not preferring those branches. That is why most of these seats are remaining vacant. Why in India? In India, we all know hard work is glorified a lot, but smart work is not glorified. We always praise someone who keeps on working hard, but not who works smart. We say that he's taking a shortcut, or we say that he is doing some jugaad, or we say that he must have cheated somehow. So if someone is working smartly, we never praise him or her, but someone is just beating around the bush or working hard, or seems to be working hard, we praise that person. Being busy is rewarded compared to being an achiever. So if I just seem busy, I am considered a good employee or a good student. Doesn't matter how much I have actually achieved or how much I have actually produced. There are limited opportunities and multiple roles. Therefore, one person has to do multiple jobs. One person has to fulfill multiple roles. Mostly, we have work now, enjoy later philosophy. Like most of us, when we were in 10th standard, parents told us, you study now, you will enjoy after 2 years. So when you went to 12th standard, parents told you, study now, enjoy after graduation. When you went into graduation, parents told you, study now, enjoy after getting your degree. Then you went into post-graduation, parents told you the same thing. Then you joined your job, your boss told you that right now you are a junior employee. After promotion, you start enjoying. So we have work now and enjoy later philosophy. If someone even tries to enjoy something, people criticize that person saying, "Ye time pass bahut zyada karta hai." He doesn't take his life seriously. He doesn't take himself seriously. He doesn't take his work seriously. He's not dedicated enough for his job or his work. So these are common cultural problems in India because of which we have work-life issue problems. It is not that I am the only one who is noticing this or talking about it. Even in Parliament, there was a recent debate where this bill was tabled, where the MPs argued that people should have the right to disconnect from their job after a fixed time. So if you're a student, after 5 o'clock you should be able to switch off your mobile phone, and even if your guide calls you for any work or dissertation completion, you should be able to tell your guide that, okay, 5 o'clock, call me tomorrow morning. So even our Parliament is debating this now in 2025. That means that something is important. When even politicians decide that, okay, this has to be at least given a cursory hearing, it means that it has to be at least spoken about or at least discussed. Why now? Because earlier when there were no phones, no mobile phones, you could just lie to your boss saying that I'm stuck in traffic, or my car has punctured, or I'm out of town. But now with mobile phones, tablets, internet everywhere, you cannot lie, okay? Even if you lie, your boss tells you that fine, I will upload the file on Drive. You do it on cloud, you finish it while sitting at your home, you complete your work while attending your cousin's wedding, right? So because of technology, like the earlier sessions were talking about, those barriers have been unnecessarily broken down, because of which work and life is getting mixed and creating problems. How does it affect industry? Like if someone is from the industry here, compared to job, industrialists or people working in their own profession or self-employed people, it is said that they are married to their job, they are always on the job. There is no switch off time for someone who is self-employed. There is no switch off time for a student who is way too junior for his guide. There is often back-end work which requires constant monitoring, which requires constant attention. Therefore, it affects everyone who is in a job or a role which is self-employed or constant work is required. What are the consequences of poorly balanced work-life issues? Relationships neglect, parental neglect, familial neglect. Basically, you are focused more on your work, ignoring other aspects of your life, which can be friendships, family, hobbies, social and recreation, and other domains of your life which you may be good at or interested in, but are not able to do because of your work. Like this example and this story we all heard during our childhood about Valya and Valmiki, where when Valya is held accountable, his family says that whatever you did out of your own choice. We have nothing to do with it. You decided to do that. Don't call us, now don't hold us responsible. Socially connected doesn't mean having 5,000 friends on Facebook or having 1 million followers on Twitter, but where you actually connect with human beings, alive human beings on the ground. Like the example Mr. Jadhav said, you ask about them, you help them, you care for them, you love them, you enjoy life with them, you have fun with them, you fight with them, you struggle with them. Basically, connecting with people and remaining connected with them is important. When we talk about our families, for kids or for our children, always remember, they can't understand love per se. For them, love equals time. So if we are not able to give time or spend time with our family or our loved ones, that doesn't translate to them experiencing or feeling our love, our affection, or our care. We also need friends and social connect. Why? They keep us in check, they keep us humble, they keep us grounded. Even if you are a very senior professor, you are a doctor, you are a famous star, your friends will always pull you down, your friends will always make fun of you, your friends will always tell you ki you are a big shot, but with us you are just our childhood friend. So with social connect, we remain grounded, we remain in check. It acts as our buffers, our filters for us not making any major mistakes. They help as safety valves where we are able to vent out the frustration, anger, satisfaction, dissatisfaction about our jobs. They help us for us to remain healthy, to keep working, to remain healthy, to keep working, and to be more productive while working. So what is vital? When we talk about work and life satisfaction, there are 2 points. When we are talking about satisfaction at work, we want that we are effective, we are valued by our customers or boss, we are in command, people listen to us, and we are progressing. You are getting promoted from one post to the other. Whereas when we talk about life satisfaction, we talk about meaning, that is, what is the motivation for you to work? Belonging, like again Mr. Jadhav and Mr. Chitre were saying about where are you from, why you are doing this work or why are you doing this job. Whether you are at peace, whether you are satisfied or feel peaceful at the end of each day, and whether you are connected with your roots, with your family, with your community, and with your culture. So, if you want to have the first one, the second one has to be there. Otherwise, despite having the first satisfaction, the work satisfaction, it will seem hollow or it will seem non-important because you won't have the second part. Unless you know why you are working there, what output you are generating for your work in your life, whether you are growing as a person or not, even your promotion will not make you feel as happy or as satisfied as you thought it would. So remember, work-life balance is not 50-50. It is not work or life. It is not work versus life. It is not stop work and start living life. It is work within life. What it means is your work or your job is only a part of you as a person. So you might be a professor, you might be a doctor, you might be a cricketer, you might be an actor, but that is only part of your identity. Your rest of your identity lies again with your hobbies, your interests, your likings, your skills, your other connections, your societal commitments, so on and so forth. It is not about time management, but about managing your energy and managing your attention and attentiveness. It is not about controlling your life, but it is about making the choices about going ahead with your life. For example, how will you achieve work-life balance? A, there are certain non-negotiables which we commonly advise to people who come to us with these issues. For example, having dinner together, very simple things. Having dinner together, having your morning tea together with your family, having a fixed family time. Now this may sound very weird as to fix a time for your family, but often it is a case with most people who are working late night jobs. Digital shutdowns, like no mobile phones while having dinner. For example, we suggest a game where the first person who picks up their phone while dinner or after dinner has to wash the dishes. So something like that. You can think of your own ideas, you can have brainstorming sessions in your home, but digital shutdowns like no mobiles during dinner time, no mobiles during family time like movie time or TV time or picnics. Calendar blocks. Like I was listening to one of the interviews by Prashant Damle where he said that initially when they were not financially settled, he was working very heavily. He was performing almost 365 days a year, doing 500, 600 shows a year. But once he achieved financial stability, he stopped working on his daughter's birthdays and he stopped working on his wife's birthday because he said, okay, I have enough money now, so I will cut down or I will create those calendar blocks. I will not work on those particular days. Whatever happens, whoever is the sponsor, I will not do that show. So these are some standards or some blocks or some tools we can use daily to create the work-life balance or the barrier which the earlier session talked about. Micro rituals, like I said, having together time, tea time or dinner time, small outings together. For example, today I was listening to a podcast where that person said a wonderful thing that today people want to do activities as compared to achievements first. So rather than planning big trips on every weekend where you go for trekking and come out exhausted every time without spending any quality time together, plan micro rituals which may seem very simple, like going for a tea or having your tea together or going for a movie together, where you actually spend time getting connected with that person rather than just conducting activities for photos and photoshops for Instagram or social media. Communicate snippets, like again what Mr. Jadhav had said, Mr. Chitre went to that person's home and asked him, what is wrong with you? So this thing has changed in you, your behavior seems changed. Are you going towards alcoholism? So communication snippets mean asking one simple question every day to one person of your life with whom you feel that you are disconnected. It can be a child, it can be a friend, it can be a relative, it can be a close family member. Basically, you are showing interest in their life and you are at least creating an image where that person thinks, okay, this person cares about me, this person likes me, this person has interest in my life, this person actually cares what happens in my life, so on and so forth. No trade-off, okay? So suppose you don't have time, you cannot bargain and say that, okay, I don't have time today, so watch TV today and tomorrow we will have this discussion. So that should not happen, okay? So if you have decided and earmarked that time as your family time, it has to be followed, because otherwise you will lose the value of your words. Your words will not carry the weight because everyone will realize that, okay, he only promises every time or she only promises every time, but when it comes to delivering the time spent together, It's not there. So, how to generate and check whether you are satisfied in your job and life? Just like companies have quarterly results and quarterly growth results, every 3 months ask yourself whether you are progressing in your job or in your life. What do you mean by progression? What were you not able to do earlier? Are you able to do it today? Like you had decided that you will walk 5,000 steps every day. Are you walking it? Are you walking those steps now? Or you had decided that no alcohol for this year. So are you achieving that? Or you had decided that I will not spend more than 1 hour on my social media every day. Are you doing that? So are you progressing in your life or in your work? Are you connected? Like last year you were having multiple outings with your friends, meeting them, having dinners, parties, picnics. Are you doing it this year? Are you connected to your friends, your family, your social circle, your culture, your community? Are you actually contributing to your work, to your life, to your family, and to your own growth? Okay? So every 3 months ask this question to yourself. You will realize where you are compared to where you were 3 months ago and how your life journey and life track is progressing. Physical activity. If exercise is not possible for you, go for physical activity. What is physical activity? Physical activity is something which I am doing right now while I am talking. I am not standing at one place. I am just walking. Why am I walking? Because it is my New Year's resolution that I will walk at least 12,000 steps every day. And since it was not possible for me to complete that target today because of I am here, I am delivering this lecture in this manner. Okay? So physical activity is nothing but remaining active, even if not exercising, not doing physical labor, not doing something extraordinary like 6-pack abs or 2-hour gym sessions, just remaining active and on the move. Like I always tell those people who have sedentary lifestyles, like teachers, students, PhD students, set an alarm on your phone after 30 minutes, wake up, go out, take a 2-minute stroll, walk 200 steps, come back, sit again, then work for 30 to 40 more minutes. So try doing it because physical activation is associated with better mood, better concentration, better memory, better fitness, and at the end of the day, better satisfaction as far as that day is concerned. Why? If you are leaders or owners or bosses or teachers, keep healthy boundaries. Do not violate work-life balance, like calling the students at late night hours, calling on holidays, calling for personal work, not allowing them to speak or fight back. These are not healthy boundaries. Make sure you are employing them. Always remember what is more important to you. Number of hours are more important or the output is more important. So if the output is more important, it doesn't matter how long the student is working or your colleague or employee is working. Always remember, happy employees and happy students are more productive. That is what Google has taught us over the last 10 to 12 years. This doesn't apply because we are a little short of time, as I've been told. If you are running a family-owned business, always remember there will be generational gap between earlier generation and the next generation. The older generation will go for stability, control, tradition. The newer one will go for innovation, autonomy, tech, and work-life balance. This will cause friction in work, and since it's a family business, that friction will translate into home life. Okay? So if a son and father fight in the boardroom of a company, unless they have good work-life balance, that fight will carry with them to their home and onto their dinner table. Okay, so if it's family-owned business or small family business, decide your roles, fix roles, resolve unresolved issues. Like if there are two brothers and they are having sibling rivalry, resolve it before they join your business. Otherwise, the sibling rivalry will carry on in the business itself. Most important, finances. If your children work for you, pay them. Don't let them ask you for money time and time again. If you pay them, remember it's their salary. Don't ask for accounts. It is not their pocket money. Okay? Give them their dignity, give them their self-respect and freedom. How to implement? Set a closure routine. Closure routine is set of actions you do every day when you are winding up your day, like switching your laptop off, closing your cupboard, locking your room, taking your car, shutting down your purse, arranging your chair neatly so that the desk is not able to be used again. Basically, you are telling your mind that I'm closing my work and now I am coming out of the work me role and now I am ready to go in my home me or my family me role, so that it gives signal to the brain that okay, my work is finished for the day, now I will have fun or enjoy while going to my home. Include tasks that actually denote closure, like shutting down your laptop, arranging your table for the next day, closing your cupboard, locking the room, okay, saying goodbye to if someone is there. It may be a cleaner, it may be a junior employee, it may be anyone, but it tells your brain that the day has ended and now I am ready to go to my family for having fun. Last and most important, if you are doing a job where it is repetitive, same job you are doing day in and day out, like student, teacher. A teacher has to teach the same class every day, right? So at the end of your day, always ask yourself about Samaritan bonus. Samaritan bonus means ask yourself what good thing you did today, okay? So that good thing can be anything. It can be you having tea with your friend, you helping someone, you helping your friend in a study related matter, you maybe helping a beggar, giving him 10 rupees. It can be anything. It can be just you cleaning up your cupboard after your mother told you to. Basically, it can be any one good thing or positive thing which you have done for that day. It can be in your life, it can be in your work, it can be in your job, anywhere. Always remember, always ask this question to yourself after you are getting out of your office, after you are going to bed that day. Make a note of what good thing you did on that day and move on for the next day. Final thought. Remember, work-life balance, as I said, it's not a 50-50 balance. It's not going to happen either work or life. As I said, it is work within life. Work is just a part of your identity. So always remember, however big you are in academia, sport, culture, whatever your job is, after your job, you are just a human being, a person within that family, and your job or your degree doesn't have any weight when it comes to your family life. So balancing is not a luxury for the rich. It is a strategy which can help you achieve your success, more productive work, more productive life, and more successful journey in your job and your career. I think we are, yeah. So since this session was about time management, I should finish in time. Thank you for patient listening.
Now session is open for discussion. If one or two questions are most welcomes. Already we are running late. If there is no questions, really we are thankful to Devdutt Harshe sir for wonderful and extraordinary talk as far as time management is concerned. And this is a new opportunity for us as far as my career is concerned. That is, I witnessed such kind of the nice talk from your side. And once again, I like to thank Dr. Devdutt Harshe sir on behalf of this organizing committee, Conclave 2.0 and Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. P.V. Anbole, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Devdutt Harshe, sir, by presenting them with memento, shawl, and a certificate. I request Mr. Subhash Mani, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. P.V. Anbole, sir. there is an announcement to make. The evaluation of the poster presentation competition has been started at the Rajmata Jizau Auditorium. After that, a cultural program will be conducted at the Rajashri Shahu Auditorium, that is the present hall. Before the cultural program, there will be a lecture, that is the invite talk number 7.
We are now moving towards the sixth talk of the day. The speaker for this talk is Dr. Supriya Kusale Patil ma'am, founder and director of Shril Surya Research Private Limited. This session will be chaired over by Professor P.D. Patil sir, Department of Technology. I request Professor P.D. Patil sir to shortly introduce our speaker.
Good evening, one and all. Our speaker today now, she has a message for us that actually those who have gone through the schedule, no, they will have a surprise that the change in the resource person is there, but does not matter. The topic is remaining the same. Topic is remaining the same, that is innovation and startup ecosystem. So for me, if I treat myself as a student, no, I am now feeling the emotions of the students that the paper is the same, but the examiner is different. Does not matter, does not matter. Friends, we all have gathered here for this particular gathering, that is Conclave 2.0, on an important issue, that is for the growth of the industry, growth of the academia, and the government is supporting all of us. Myself, Professor P.D. Patil, presently working as the head at the Department of School of Engineering Technology, Department of Chemical Engineering Division. Also, I'm additionally taking care of the Department of Food Science and Technology. It is indeed my privilege to chair this session of the International Academia Industry Government Conclave 2.0, organized under the aegis of SUK RDF and PM Usha scheme, which has funded us for this particular gathering. The session features cover a relevant and inspiring talk on innovation and startup ecosystem in the form of the invited talk number 6. It lies at the heart of Vikasit Bharat 2047, and it aligns beautifully with our university vision for innovation-driven growth. And for that, in talk number 6, we are very fortunate that we have with us ma'am, Dr. Supriya Kusale Patil. She is PhD microbiology, NET. She is a food analyst, FSSAI. She is founder and director, Shril Surya Research Private Limited. She has got the patent on the product, that is Bio Booster, which is of a great benefit for the agriculture. She is the recipient of the awards like state level Avishkar and national level Invention winner. She has got Young Researcher Award. She is a recipient of Brand Kolhapur Award. She is Woman Achiever. She was the beneficiary of Sarthi Fellowship. And she is also awarded with the Bio Startup Award. She has got very good collaborations and partnerships with various organizations like research institutions, NGOs. She conducts vibrantly the activities, especially for the students, like on-job training, and she helps the students for internship. She also is a mentor for so many research projects, and our prime importance is for the farmers in various different villages around. She conducts awareness programs, and also she conducts the programs for the guidance to the students, especially for the startup initiatives. She also had participated in NEP exhibition by Ministry of Education, New Delhi. She had the grant in aid. She was the beneficiary of the grant in aid, about 25 lakh from the government scheme by RKVY Raftar, Sirkot ICR Mumbai. So we all are very fortunate that she has accepted our invitation on 11th hour, and she is today with us for the guidance to all of you. Especially I see that the students are there more in number. So without taking much of your time, I invite ma'am to start her session. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Hello. Good evening all. Thank you for a nice introduction, sir. And we will start the session. Actually, the session is specifically about the startup funding programs. I am here to introduce few schemes that during my introduction, sir said that 25 lakh sanction for my startup. So I am not taking much of time, and the reason behind that, the program is going to late, and there is one physical verification program yesterday from Mumbai of my startup, and they wanted to interact with the students about the schemes they provided. So they were not today, so they give me the task to give you the details of the schemes which are funding schemes for the students. So basically I am here to introduce that schemes. So if there are many students is there today, they will get definitely benefit, but few are there, so please there is one scheme for that. Today is the last date of that scheme. So start with about my introduction about Shril Surya Research Private Limited. It is a startup which is manufacturing of biofertilizers. Okay, so I am incubated in Shivaji University SUK RDF Incubation Center as well as Sirkot Incubation Center Mumbai. So the schemes are under the Sirkot Incubation Mumbai. Next slide, please. Okay. So I will introduce what is the ICAR Sirkot Agri Incubation Center. ICAR is the main umbrella of the various institutes. Under that there is a Sirkot, which is a cotton research institute, and the cotton research institutes provides the various trainings and funding sources that ICAR scientists mentorship and guidance. That is the first. Second is the technology testing and field validation. Sometimes we require the testing and field validation of our innovation. So they supports for the testing and validation. Then business model development support. Also they provide the what type of business and what will be the business type of that business. Then IP protection and licensing assisting. If our idea is new, then we can take assistant for the patent or any other intellectual property rights documentation and licensing assistant from there. The access to state-of-art laboratories and the national level incubation recognition. So these are the key feature of the incubation center of the ICAR Sirkot. And why incubation centers matters, because the converting innovative ideas into the viable agribusiness requires technical validation, market readiness, and strategic support. That support is provided by the incubation program. So ICAR Sirkot incubation ecosystem reduces the startup risk while providing access to funding, mentorship, and the robust agricultural network. So 4 pathways to agricultural success. The ICAR Sirkot is providing only for the agriculture innovation as well as the food innovation. So there are 4 schemes. First is the Aram, second is the Uday, fourth is the Ankur, and last is the Kshitij. These 4 programs are for the funding programs. So what is the ARAMB? ARAMB is specifically for the student incubation program. So they require the students in the 3rd year or last year of the education, and the target is the students in early innovators. They need only idea, proof of concept, that is nothing but a proof of concept. So funding is up to 4 lakh, and it is a perfect for converting academics ideas into a practical agricultural solutions. It encourages first time innovators to take their initial step to the entrepreneurship. So deadline of that scheme, the 4 call are open, and the deadline is January 31st. So you have time for participate in this program. Second is the Uday program, which is pre-seed funding program. Target is for the early stage startups and the stage of prototype development. At least you require a prototype prototype. So funding is up to 5 lakh. It is designed to help startup validate technology and prepared for the market entry with strong mentoring and hands-on support throughout the development process. Again, the deadline is January 31st. Third is the Ankur. I specifically applied for the Ankur scheme, and under this scheme I got a 25 lakh funding. So the seed stage funding program, and the target is growth ready startup. That is a minimal viable product. You should have MVP of your innovation. The funding is up to 25 lakh. It supports scaling, comprehensive validation and commercialization for startup ready to expand their market presence and operational capacity. And deadline is again 31st January. So these 3 schemes are for, deadline is 31st January. You have a time to apply. But last, that is a Kshitij scheme. They recently launched this scheme, and this is not funding, but there is a rigorous mentorship under this program, and it focuses only farm mechanization and post-harvest technology. So ideas under the farm mechanization and post-harvest technology, you can apply it for the Kshitij program. So in that you will got support, that is intensive training and mentoring of 1 month, and you will receive the certificate from the ICAR body. So 1 month intensive program with one-to-one mentoring. One-to-one mentoring is very important in this scheme by ICAR scientists. Technology testing, investor connections and IP advisory services will be provided under this scheme. And deadline is 20 January. That is a today. So you can apply it only today for this scheme. So I am here mostly to introduce this scheme for you, and specifically for the Kshitij, which is the last date today. So seize your opportunity and transform your agri-innovation. Applications process made simple. Visit the official site of the ICAR CIRCOT or ABI portal. There is the application form which is online. You can fill. Scan the QR code provided in the program brochure. Prepare your idea technology details. Document your current stage development. Outline expected impact and scalability potential. Submit your application before the deadline. So key benefits you will receive: government backing funding with 0 or minimal dilution. You should not dilute your equity, or you will not pay the funding to return to the government. So this is a grant. Access to ICAR laboratories and cutting edge facilities. So you can test your innovation under the ICAR facility. Market and business development support you will get. National credibility and industry recognition you will get under this. So robust startup ecosystem, exposure and networking you will get. Why, who can apply? So all students, agri startups, innovators, entrepreneurs and researchers with proof of concept, prototype or at least MVP, minimum viable products from Maharashtra, Goa and across India can apply. So Shril Surya's role is that we guide students and startups in choosing the right incubation program, supporting application and promoting agri-entrepreneurship awareness as a bridge to success. So ready to begin, connect with Shril Surya Research Private Limited for guidance and application, program selection and maximizing your incubation opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the session is open for discussion. I request Professor P.D. Patil sir to shortly conclude the session.
Any more questions from audience?
There are no any questions. Are there any questions? If these are there, we will go for civil address, or otherwise I will just go for a formal conclusion of the session. Anybody has got any question? Mallar, sir, Pramod sir, question ahega? Nahi na? Yeah, please.
Said about ARM. So what is means it is for MSc student?
Yes, it's for any academic students.
Any academic student.
Admission in any college or any university or at PhD students.
Okay.
But you require admission in academic institute.
Means we have to submit synopsis or means the end product. What?
If your presentation got selected, then you will get the 4 lakh funding for that scheme to develop prototype. That 4 lakh is only to develop prototype, not for market ready product. आणि आरंभमध्ये फक्त प्रूफ ऑफ कन्सेप्ट म्हणजे तुमची आयडिया पाहिजे आणि तुम्ही स्टुडंट्स पाहिजे. तुमची आयडिया प्रोटोटाईपमध्ये कन्वर्ट करण्यासाठी तुम्हाला 4 लाख रुपये फंडिंग मिळते. नो, not requirement. Yes, and you should have an innovative idea, not product or not any ready POC or minimal viable product. You don't have. You just need an idea and you are a student. That is for Arambha. No, I think no age barrier, but student. So I think. Okay.
They are PhD scholars.
Yes, okay. I think there is no any criteria of age, but need to check. But Aram is for students only. Yes.
A bona fide student can be, but we have to check their portal.
Please check portal once. Agriculture, that means your applied part should be in agriculture. Agriculture, right. Because Yes, because the body is ICAR, that is the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. So the Yes, definitely. That I am a microbiologist, but the product of mine is used in agriculture, so I can apply. There is no criteria that you should an agriculture student, but your idea should be applied in the agriculture sector, any sector. And last, that is a Kshitij, there is only farm mechanization and post harvest. There is a criteria. की तुमचं फार्म मेकॅनायझेशनमध्ये म्हणजे कुठलं तरी एखादं मशीन पाहिजे जे मेकॅनायझेशन फार्ममध्ये वापरलं जातं किंवा पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट म्हणजे एखादी काढणी झाल्यानंतर त्याच्यावरती तुमची काहीतरी आयडिया पाहिजे. ही फक्त क्षितिजसाठी आहे. बाकी कुठलेही तुम्ही स्टुडंट्स असा तुमचं ते जे काही इनोव्हेशन कन्सेप्ट असणार आहे ती ॲग्रिकल्चर रिलेटेड आणि फूड रिलेटेड पण चालू शकते.
Agri and food go hand in hand, no? Any more question? Yeah, I assume that no question is there, no? From here only, just I will conclude. First of all, as a stakeholder on the campus, as a professor, I was knowing her name, but I had not seen her. I'm very thankful that today we got connected. So thank you very much, Supriya Patil, Kusai Patil ma'am. Even I was a very good listener of your content. So what your focus is now, it was the right part, I think I would say, of this particular conclave. You just focused on startup funding, especially for the students. It was of a great importance for the incubation centers that are available nationwide. one of the incubation centers is, you all know that it is Shivaji University also has got incubation center. We do have SUCIL, Shivaji University Center for Innovation in Incubation and Linkages, and SUK RDF is supporting all of us. And what I liked is that though for the 3 schemes, there the deadline for 1/4 scheme the deadline is today, but for first 3 schemes the deadline is still open. It is 31st of January. So I would make an appeal to all the participants over here that they can explore the possibility, very possibility, and her unit itself is, she is a consultant in applying for all these things, so you can better connect with her. So ma'am, once again I thank you on behalf of all the participants that you have just touched to the main aspect of the conclave, that is how to enter into the startup, especially for funding. And therefore at the last now, on behalf of SUK RDF and the organizers of this conclave, I extend a sincere gratitude to you for your valuable contribution for this particular conclave. I also thank all the participants for their attentive presence, and let us carry forward the spirit of the innovation and startup as we move towards the next session. But I learned that the next session is going to be rescheduled. Please just let us check with the organizers and we will decide. So thank you one and all. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor P.D. Patil sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Supriya Kusale Patil ma'am. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Pallavi Bhosle ma'am to kindly felicitate Professor P.D. Patil sir. Thank you, sir. In few minutes, cultural program will be held at Rajashri Shahu Hall at 7:30 sharp.
At 7:30 p.m. there will be a cultural program organized for all participants.
Check, hello, check, hello, hello. Check, hello, hello. Check, hello, hello. Check, hello. check, hello. Check, hello.
Invite Talk 7. The Invite Talk 7th will be conducted within few minutes. Kindly be seated. Make sure that you are sitting on the first rows. Please occupy the front seats. This will be the last session. This will be the last invited talk, so please be seated. Last invited talk for the IAIJC 2.0. We will be shortly starting with the last invited talk, that is the 7th talk.
Hello. Thank you very much for your patience and being present here so late in the evening. Basically, considering the importance of the talk that was being planned in the evening, okay, that of Mr. Yogesh Kulkarni, who is a CEO and founder director of Global Finance Professionals. He was going to speak on capability building of startup ecosystem through government MSME schemes. Okay. So he was expecting a large number of startups, innovators, and entrepreneurs to be here in the audience. You are also, I believe, those who fall in that particular category. But he's addressing only you and the other people, because they have gone for hackathon and startup competition. They are not here. So for the benefit of all, what we will do is we will place Mr. Yogesh Kulkarni's session tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Okay, so that we have 3 sessions starting tomorrow morning, 9:30 to 10. Aarti Bhosle madam on role of environmental and societal governance reporting in industries, followed by Dr. Vinayak Parle, who is going to speak on applications of aerogels in aerospace industry, followed by Kulkarni sir's talk on, as I mentioned, capability building of startup ecosystem through government MSME schemes. Okay, so with the permission of all here, and also promise from you all people who are present here, I understand that you were very, very eager to hear Mr. Yogesh Kulkarni, but we apologize to you and invite you tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Okay, bring along with you all your friends, colleagues, okay, and make this talk very, very profitable talk to all the students. Our deep apologies for not conducting this particular session today, but that has been done only because of lack of audience, in the sense all the people should be benefited. So tomorrow some industry people are also coming. So with this, we will conclude the session here today, and we'll meet tomorrow morning at 9:30. So you all should promise me that you'll come at 9:30. Yeah, right. And also bring all your friends. Okay, thank you, thank you. The same goes. I don't feel that I didn't address you. I was looking here, but it's also for you. Thank you. Madam,
those students who have the attendance sheet, please hand it over to students. Please submit the attendance sheet. Students, if you have the anchoring script, students, if you have the attendance sheet, kindly submit it to the anchoring desk. Students, please hand over the attendance sheet.